Yeah, my name is Michael Easterling. It's a pleasure to welcome you here today. We are here for BCA Global's annual fundraiser and conference. This is going to be a series of panel discussions, presentations, and discussions designed around a conversation for food, race, and social justice. We're here to start a foundation of a collective, to really pull together the brightest minds, the most dedicated, committed individuals like the ones we have on our panels today to find solutions to the problems facing us in our food system. We're joined by partners in the food and beverage community with over a dozen chefs from all over the country here to engage in this important and compelling conversation. This is a fundraiser for BCA Global. Our programs and the things that we do to help the community and facilitate this conversation and do our innovative programming like Mindful Eating for the Beloved Community are all funded by our funders, our supporters, and our members. If you go to the reception page at any point, please consider making a generous donation to our fundraiser, either our annual fund or our program, Mindful Eating. Links to both of those are on the reception page. Our first presentation is coming up now from our president, Alex Askew.
Hi, my name is Chef Alex Askew, and I'm the proud and honored president of BCA Global. I want to welcome each and every one of you to our December 12th virtual conversation in food, race, and social justice. What an important time to have conversations that are so meaningful and deep and rich around the issues of food, race, and social justice today. I want to thank our sponsors that have supported BCA throughout the years, and especially at this important time in our history and as a community. And I also want to thank our panelists and our moderators that have had the courage to participate in these deep conversations, some very sensitive and very emotional as well. We know that this has been a tough year for all of us, and the food industry has been impacted the most. We also know that diversity, racial equity in the food space is an important topic, and that is why we are taking one of the first steps to coalesce a conversation around the subjects of food, race, and social justice. I also want to remind everyone that this is our annual fundraiser, our holiday fundraiser, and although we can't get together for an event in person, we do want to remind everyone that every dollar counts towards our mission and towards our program like Mindful Eating for the Beloved Community. So welcome. I'm looking forward to engaging with each and every one of you. Thank you, sponsors, participants, panelists, attendees, and I'm looking forward to having an outrageous and productive and effective conversation on food, race, and social justice today. Thanks so much, and looking forward to connecting with you all.
Hello, my name is Lynn House, and I'm the National Spirit Specialist and Portfolio Mixologist for Deep Eddy Vodka. And it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you to BCA Global's first virtual event, Conversations in Food, Race, and Social Injustice. As a premium sponsor, Deep Eddy has always taken great pride in not only supporting community, but supporting all of the amazing diverse voices within community. BCA Global's values of promoting responsible eating and drinking line up directly with our values at Deep Eddy Vodka. We also take tremendous pride in the brand that we have created, products that are made from organic ingredients, all natural ingredients, things like local honey, fresh juices, and organic teas. So welcome to this amazing event. I look forward to sharing a few cocktails that I've created especially for you all. And cheers and happy holidays. Stay sage and stay safe.
Good morning. Once again, thanks to all of our sponsors and to our president for their welcoming comments. We've got chefs here today from all over the country. Our next panel is a spotlight on food and justice. And we've got some amazing presenters. I encourage you to check out their bios in the links. We have Chef Kabui joining us, and this will be moderated by Chef Ron Duprat. Both are exemplary models of what we mean by chefs who are embracing the ideas of mindfulness and mindful eating in their practice as chefs, in their role as educators, and as their role as ambassadors for this movement for mindful eating. They're fundamental principles of the beloved community, first espoused by Martin Luther King, and now is recognized as fundamental concepts for building a community around shared responsibility, healthy practices in our living and our mindset, bringing people together. And we find the food system is one that does obviously, in obvious and not so obvious ways, connect, bind, and have the potential to really transform the society through what we eat, how we relate to what we eat, and how we relate to each other in our practices and our rituals of eating. And Chef Ron Duprat and Chef Kabui today will go deeper into how those concepts merge into this idea of social justice and what we can do. There'll be a live Q&A after, so we invite you to put chat in during the presentation, and look forward to getting your input. Thanks for your participation.
Welcome to the BCA Global Conversation. My name is Ron Duprat. I'm the Food and Beverage Director and Executive Chef at the Amarillo Golf and Country Club, Amarillo, Texas. You guys may see me on Top Chef, Iron Chef, Bar Rescue, Good Morning America, and Beat Bobby Flay. Today, I am so excited to be part of this BCA Global Conversation. But I am more excited to be the moderator for this conversation with Chef Kabui. Little bit about Chef Kabui. Chef Kabui is an international celebrated organic chef, food strategist, urban farmer, and one of the best chefs I know. Chef Kabui, welcome to the BCA Global Conversation. How you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much, Chef Ron, and thank you very much to BCA Global for the wonderful work they've been doing for over 20 years and for having me and for creating this platform for us to have a wonderful conversation. I'm glad to be here, and I'm very glad to be talking to you, my brother.
Good. You know, this is something I know who takes so long, but I'm just excited to be part of BCA, to be part of the conversation, to talk to celebrated chefs like you, where most people probably don't know about. So we hope when we take this viral, everybody will know Chef Kabui. If they talk about food social justice, they will say BCA and Chef Kabui. Thank you for being here. And I am so excited. What is your personal mission statement?
Yes, my personal mission statement is to increase the level of food literacy, food equity, and food justice from our local community to our country to the global food system. I'm following in the long tradition of Africans who have been coming to this country for hundreds of years and bringing their food culture to this country. It's because of their work, many of the African-American chefs that have created cuisines such as the Southern cuisine that have done so much work for us who are coming behind them to continue in the same tradition. So my mission is to continue with the same mission that we have had as people of African descent in this country, improving the food for our sake, for the sake of our community, for the sake of the country, and for the sake of the globe.
Very nice, Chef, very nice. Why food, race, and social justice is important, especially now?
The food justice, this is a very good question, Chef. And you know, I can tell you a short story that, the original culinary tradition that we use now, the place where it started was in Italy and in France. And the chefs in those two countries were preparing food only for the loyalty. They didn't cook for the regular people. So those chefs, following the French Revolution in 1793, chefs started cooking for regular people. When they did that, they started cooking food in the same way they were cooking for the regular people, the same way they were cooking for the loyal families. The food that the loyal families were consuming then was food that was highly processed, a lot of sugar, and food that was making them obese, have gout, diabetes, and such things. In other words, my point is that chefs have had a role in creating the kind of food system that we have in both ways. For making it bad food, they prepare a lot of the bad food that's being prepared. But so therefore, the chefs have a role also to do their part in correcting the food system that is broken and that is causing us so much problem, so much pain, and so much money that we cannot afford to continue this way much longer. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, you know what I'm saying. As a chef, as a top chef, you have a big, you have big hat, you have big shoes to fill in.
Yes. Tell our audience about the importance of your work.
Yes, my work is again. Some of those people who know me, if you haven't had, check out my website, chefkabui.com, has the longer version of my story. I have a blog there that shares a lot of my ideas. But my position is that we have a responsibility individually, but especially professionally. I've been extremely fortunate to have started my journey in Kenya, where I lived with my mother in the village, in the slopes of Mount Kenya, which is the central part of Kenya, for 10 years of my life that I was in Kenya. For the other 10 years of my life, I lived with my father in the city, capital city, which is Nairobi, where my father had a restaurant and had a bar. And between those two experiences, I learned a lot about my own family's involvement in the struggle for civil rights in Kenya that led to the independence of the country and all that kind of stuff. So some of this work that I do is not a choice that I made. I was born into. It's number one. Secondly, a lot of Africans come to this country and are viewed as though they are migrants, people who are coming here to take. But nothing could be further from the truth. Africans have contributed to the development of this country in all ways imaginable. They form the backbone, they form the capital for building this country. But that relationship between America and Africa, where America has benefited tremendously from America, did not end with the end of slavery. Africans continue to come, I myself being one of them. And it really doesn't matter whether we came here through a ship, whether we came through here through the plane. The point is where we are right now and how we position ourselves to both contribute in this country, but also to equally benefit as equal contributors in this country, just like anybody else.
Very
so
nice,
for that reason,
very nice.
I do the work. You know, I know you. Yes. Right.
Good.
Good.
Why is mindful eating for my beloved community is important to your equation?
Mindful eating should be important to every person because we are living in what they're calling, I think, the fourth era of enlightenment, the fourth revolutionary era, I think they're calling it now. Because the first industrial revolution happened in England, in Manchester, based on cotton that was coming from the American South, mainly Mississippi in the South, that formed the basis of the Industrial Revolution. That brought in an era of enlightenment based on largely for the work that the African Americans were doing, because they were producing the cotton for cheap. So for that reason, the kind of research that have been done now demonstrates very, very clearly, beyond any reasonable doubt, that we don't have to guess. We don't have to think, oh, this is a spirit, this is magic happening. This is not magic. We know the relationship between healthy eating and the kind of health that we have. So for that reason, mindful eating is very important in the work that I do, because it has to be the basis of anything else that we do. You can have a civilization if people are eating bad food. That's not a civilization. Those are people who are really committing what I call subtle suicide. So people who are on a death mission. That's kamikaze on a slow motion. So that's
very good. What are the actionable items that you can suggest to our audience to become engaged and make it different in our food system?
My suggestions will be three. I can give three simple suggestions. One, revolutionize your priorities to make sure that your health is your most important asset that you have. If you're unhealthy, it doesn't matter what house you live in. It doesn't matter what kind of car you're driving. It doesn't matter what kind of chef coat I'm wearing. If I'm unhealthy, I'm unhealthy. And that's a very, very, very bad position for anybody to be in, to be unhealthy. We know. Number two, prioritize or understand or be literate, which is the term I like to use. Be literate about the cost of your eating habits. I don't know anybody who can buy a house and sign their name or buy a car or anything if they don't know the cost. The first thing, the first thing people ask me, I'm selling, chef. When people call you for an event, they say, chef, we know you're top chef. We've seen you all over the TV, you're a celebrity. What are your prices to make sure I can afford? Because most people don't want to have you there, prepare the food, and then you stick them with a bill they can afford. So talk about cost. We have to know the cost of the eating habits that we have. That's number two. Number three, think about the environmental impact of the food choices that you make. When you eat bad food, you're voting with your money and you're promoting those industries that are destroying the environment, that are destroying the water system, the bees, and that are not good overall for the community. Because what they're doing, they're eating the future. They're making life hard for the future. And to conclude, I can say, Chef, we live in a country where people really love their family. So, birthdays are very good. Whenever a child is born, everybody maybe have baby showers. We're excited. Oh man, I have a niece, I have a grandchild. But how can we say we are honest when we are so excited to have children, to have grandchildren, to have nieces, but yet we are making it their life, their future in this country so difficult in the future, because they are inheriting a world which we have really bankrupted. You know what I mean.
Very nice, very nice. Well, Chef, with COVID-19, with the election happening, how can we have food social justice and mindful eating for my beloved community at the forefront? And how can we have a seat at the table to talk about mindful eating for my beloved community? How can we take this globally?
Yes. That's this is a great time, as much as some of us are affected, and I really sympathize with anybody who is affected by COVID-19, which is really all of us. All of us are affected in one way or the other, but obviously some have had it worse than the rest of us. So I'm not making light of the fact that a lot of people have suffered and died because of that. But in the same breath, I have to say that in every challenge comes opportunities. In every challenge brings opportunities. What opportunity that would COVID-19 offer those who are interested in mindful eating? This is what I think. I've noticed that for the 3 decades that I've lived in the US, I've noticed that the American government comes up with big stimulus packages for crisis moments that happen that affect businesses. I don't see the same kind of eagerness to come up with stimulus packages for the food system, for example, for people who are interested in mindful eating. But whenever the housing crisis came, the banks got a lot of money. Ford company got a lot of money. The airline industry got a lot of money. That it cannot be said about the sustainable food movement. They don't get a lot of money from the government. That's number one. Number two, COVID-19 demonstrated to us, to any of who had any doubt, that having a healthy diet is one of the best insurance policies you can have in terms of protecting your body against illnesses. Those people who eat better had better chances of surviving the COVID-19 crisis. So those are 2 very important lessons, I think, Chef, that we can learn from COVID. Now, how do we take this global? First, we have to understand it. 2, we have to organize. Organize, organize, organize. Okay?
But very nice. As a culinary diplomat by the State Department, when we take American Food 2.0 to Italy, how can we get like the congressman, like how can we get the locals, everyone involved, every chef, where there's, because you and I, we know Alex Askew have been doing an amazing job, but when they're talking about celebrity chef, he's nowhere, they don't talk about him. How can we change that narrative? Can you help me with that?
I can offer some suggestions, and for you and I have been on the trenches, in the trenches, trying to do exactly what you said. So number one, we need more chefs on board. If you think about all the chefs that we have a lot of chefs in this country, a lot. We probably have more chefs in this country, probably more than any other country, given our population and our affluence and the level of income that people earn in this country. So that's understandable. We also have a lot of culinary schools. So there's something for all of us to do. One, we can organize better, as I always say. Number two, we have something that no other chefs of any other generation had. We have social media. By the way, they say digital migration is the largest migration that has ever happened in the world. There's never been any bigger migration of any sort that's bigger than the digital migration. You have a lot of people who are born in digital, but right now they don't have a choice. They have to transfer or migrate to the digital platform. So we have digital media. That's number two. Number three, America has opportunities that many other countries don't have. You can organize without being repressed. In many other countries, that you and I know and our listeners know very well, when you organize for political reasons, you can potentially even get killed. In America, you can organize around food. Nobody's going to come and shoot up your house, chef. So we can have an excuse why we can have some of these meetings more often. We don't have an excuse as to why we don't have campaigns, so that we can pressure our legislators to take these issues and put it in the forefront of any campaign that's going on, or any elections, or any platform that elected officials are engaging in. If we can do that, I think we can have a much easier time. I don't know whether I see.
Very nice.
Yes.
Well, Chef, I mean, it's an honor for me, and I want to take this on award. I want to take this to Congress. The objective is to make the next First Lady, and I want to personally take a group of minority chefs to the White House and talk about food social justice conversation. Is that something we can reach out to the new administration and make food social justice and mindful eating for my beloved community at the forefront? Who you can reach out to? I know I will reach out to some people. I will reach out to the State Department, and I want to take this globally, and I want to take this to Congress. I want to take this to the White House. I think this is an opportunity for a lifetime, not only for me, for every chef. It's not about every chef can put their ego aside and work for the common cause of mindful eating for my beloved community. If each of us, every chef, reach out to their congressman and talk about mindful eating for my beloved community for justice, I think we should make this explode like Hiroshima.
Very good point. The beautiful thing is in America, the way things work, at least as far as I understand, is as Frederick Douglass, our ancestor, so correctly reminded us, power concedes nothing without demand. And if you don't have the numbers, people will not take you seriously. Politicians are very practical people. But we have to always think, when I ask you, I want you to help me, I also have to ask you, what is it that you want in return? Nobody gives just things for free. You know, you work as a chef, you don't just cook for people for free. You say, hey, you want really good food, you want an experienced chef with the kind of years that I have under my belt, then you have to pay for it. So we also have to pay. Let's be very honest. We have to pay for what we expect to get, because America is a capitalist society. Until we change it, we just have to play with those rules. How do we pay these politicians to do what we want them to do? One, give them numbers. If we go there as 10,000 chefs and say, hey, look, this is what we want because we have voted. Number one thing that politicians are interested in, we know, is being reelected. So they think about, how am I going to have money for my campaign? Am I going to be elected in office? We know. So I know, going to a politician already, you want to be reelected. So I take numbers, or I take a donation. That's how it works. You know, any other way, we're always going to be left out talking, standing on outside the street, and there's nothing wrong with that. Boycotting. Okay, at one point, we have to figure out, if we really are serious about getting ahead, what are the rules that we have to observe? If you're born in Haiti, for example, and you wanted to come to the US, you went to the embassy and say, I want to go to the US. You had to follow all the steps so you can come to the US. And then you wanted to be a chef, you had to go to culinary school. So that's the same reason, same suggestions that I would offer if we really want to take it to the next level.
Thank you very much, Chef. I am so excited. For me, this is an opportunity of a lifetime to be part of this conversation. Food justice have been so close to my heart, and I'm honored to moderate this session. And I'm grateful for your conversation. I'm grateful for your thought. Before we wrap up, do you have any key takeaway for the audience so they can take with them, they can always remember?
Oh, yes. I have also background, as you mentioned. I don't know whether you mentioned that in the introduction, but I also have a background in anthropology. So anthropologists like to tell stories. So maybe I can tell a very, very brief story for our audience, because people tend to remember stories much easier. So I'll tell the story of the Dutch winter hunger to our audience to illustrate just how important food is. So during the Second World War, Hitler invaded the Netherlands in 1944. And when he invaded the Netherlands, there happened to be one of the worst winters in the previous 80 years in Europe. So the German soldiers could not get supplies to those soldiers who are in the front line in the Netherlands. So what the commanders asked the soldiers in Netherlands to do was to take food from the locals. So the soldiers went all through all the families' households, and they confiscated all the food items they could get so that they could survive. Okay, that lasted about 4 months. And 4 months later, the winter was over. The German soldiers were able to get food supplies, and the famine really was over. So that was in 1944, 1945. And then we know the war came to an end. And okay, people never really talked about it in that sense, or at least that winter, the winter famine. But 50 years later, people in Netherlands noticed that people who are born within a particular 3-month to 4-month period had extremely high incidence of obesity, very high rates of obesity. People who are born within that 4-month range had an obesity rate that was many times over the average rate of obesity. So they paid one researcher to go and do a research to try and find out. What he found out is that those children or those people who are having high rates of obesity, while children whose mothers were in their 3rd trimester during the Dutch winter famine or Dutch winter hunger. That's what it's called, Dutch winter hunger. People can read about it. But what it did show is that because these children were developing in their mother's womb during a time of famine, their brains were wired to eat extra food so that they can keep a reserve just in case another famine happens. That is a story that shows us how important the food that you eat has, not only to you, but to the future generations. So I say this to people of African descent, especially whenever I get a chance to speak at conferences and keynotes. I say, if those people from Netherlands could suffer such visible consequences as a result of the kind of food they ate for 4 months, what do you think the impact of African Americans having gone through the whole period of enslavement before the end of physical enslavement, and now to continue living under food injustices for over 100 years after the end of slavery in this country is? So we have to really think about issue of food equity and food justice in a very, very serious manner. That's what the story that.
Thank you very much, Chef Kabui. Now we're going to open up for some questions to the audience.
Oh, I said hey, everyone. So thank you for that presentation, and we're going to go into our live Q&A. Hey, we're live, guys. We're live. I want to start with the question. I want to start with the question from our audience. Hey, everyone. So thank you for that. We'd like to know from both chefs. We're going to go into our live. How can we encourage people to purchase healthier foods? Either we can start.
It's all about going to the basic. Purchase, whether it's vegetable, whatever you purchase, whether it's vegetable, whether it's protein, it's all about fresh, stay away from frozen, and keep it simple. I mean, with the pandemic, the whole food system have changed. As a chef, work in a prestigious club, I'm all about organic. I'm all about fresh. I mean, I think that's the basic principle, organic and fresh.
Yes, I think I'll start with what not to purchase. You know, if people who are living in a country that's capitalistic, a lot of the choices that we make about buying other commodities that we don't need because they've been advertised to us, we've been socialized to think that we need them, limits the kind of choices that we can make about food. So that's where I'll start. So make sure that your priorities are right. You're not spending money in things that do not necessarily add value to you. There's a big difference between cost and value. We need to focus on that. That the things that add value to us are things like eating healthy so that we live a lifestyle that's meaningful, that we don't create a necessary burden to our families and to our future. So I think that's where I'll start. The very, very basic thing is making sure I have enough disposable income that I have left so that it can allow me to make choices that would be healthier for me. If I spend all my money on things like on cars, on other things, on fashion, for example, on just beauty care, and, getting my hair done. Nothing wrong. I'm not telling everybody to be to choose what lifestyle you're making. But hey, if I spend a lot of money on a wig, I'm not going to have a lot of money to spend on healthy food. That's all I can say.
Great, thank you. So this is a related question for everybody. How do we get society to move away from fast food and other inexpensive foods which have no health value?
Chef Ron, start.
Yes, it's, as I said before, it's very simple. It's all about fresh. It's all about organic. It's all about local. As you know, if any food travel more than 10-mile radius, it's no longer local. That's how I feel. Whether you have your own herbs, whether there's rosemary, basil, thyme, parsley, or fresh peppers in your backyard. I just think it's all about simple. It's all about fresh. It's all about that's what I'm about. You know what I'm saying? Working in most prestigious clubs, as I said before, I keep it organic. I keep it simple. Even my protein, where there's I buy Bell and Evans chicken, which is fresh chicken. The chicken run wild, you know what I'm saying, instead of buy caged chicken. So that's some of the suggestion I have who have helped me to get to where I'm at.
I would say literacy. The biggest barrier in the choices that you make, whether it's creating access to more healthy food, whether it's reducing the amount of junk food that we consume, will never happen if we are not aware of how our food system is designed. Our food system is not designed for you to be healthy. Our food system is designed for you to consume food that's cheaply processed, and then for you to buy it at a higher price. So they may have very, very poor quality food, and luckily for you and I, they correctly label it. That's one thing I really appreciate about our food system. They tell you it's junk. So if you buy junk food, I don't know how else you can expect to get anything else except junk lifestyle. That's it. So literacy, being informed. I try to be updated about as many changes as I can about how our food system works. Who is it designed to benefit? I gave the example of the food stamps. The food stamps were not, or SNAP program wasn't designed for people to have access to health food. It was designed to deal with a crumbling economy right after the Great Depression so that they can create more money for the farmers so that they can jumpstart the economy. It's not designed for your health. So you have to demand for that, and you have to spend your money accordingly, and you have to be aware of that. I use the word literacy because just like if you tell somebody I'm illiterate, that means I don't know how to read. I don't know anything. You don't ask me to do math. Don't mean to ask me to write a letter. I don't know anything. So the same way I view about our food, we are illiterate about food. We consume food that we don't know. We don't know hardly that much about the impact or how the whole food system is designed and what the end results were.
Another thing I can add to that, it's you can have a beautiful vegetable, but how you prep that? You can buy all this organic food. How you prep it? It's, I think a method of preparation with a steam, poach, bake, grill. I think that have a lot to do with some of the food choices we make and we practice.
So, in terms of helping people understand, I mean, we know that food is healthier for us, but Chef Kabui in particular, well, actually both of you, you've talked about how we should make that investment. What can you say to help people understand why it is that the healthy food costs more than the junk food?
Yes, that's. Thank you very much, brother, for that wonderful question, man, because that's very, very important. The reason why healthy food seems to cost more money is very simple. The government policy in this country is geared towards supporting food that is unhealthy for you. The only way you can jumpstart an economy is creating a lot of jobs from one thing. So if you're growing corn and you just harvest that corn and you sell it to the farmer next door, that doesn't create a lot of bang for the dollar. But if you can take that corn and you process it, then you're hiring somebody to process the corn. Then you're hiring somebody to transport the corn. Then you're hiring another person to package the corn. Then you're hiring somebody else to make the label for the corn package that you'll be selling it. So the more processed food you have in the economy is good for economy. Unfortunately, it's not good for you. So what the government policy does in this country is it's biased towards junk food. So junk food is subsidized. So every time you subsidize, you're buying junk food. One, you're buying food that's subsidized using your own money. Organic food, on the other hand, is not subsidized. So it loses on one front. So it's not subsidized by the government. It doesn't get as much help from the government. The second thing is that whenever more people buy food, just like cell phone, whenever more people buy cell phone, the first cell phones become cheaper. If more people buy Mercedes Benzes, they'll probably become more cheaper, because if everybody's buying a Mercedes Benz, for example. So numbers, a game of numbers makes organic food much more pricier. I wouldn't say it's expensive, because it's expensive compared to what? I only eat organic food because the rest of it is not food. It's like saying I want to marry a woman. If the woman is too high price, then what are you gonna marry? You're not gonna marry what? An animal or anything, right? So you don't have a choice. Food is food, and that it has a price. Secondly, brother, in talking about the price of food, we can't talk about the price of food without talking about income. Mm-hmm. The reason why people say the organic food costs more money is because the wages are low. The wages in this country have been declining for the last 4 decades. So because if people have more money, then you have an incentive to eat poor quality food stuff. In fact, I don't call it food. I wouldn't call junk food food. It's food stuff, right? Because it should have a worse name. It should be poison. It's poisonous to the body. So that's the reason why the organic food looks to be more pricier.
Right. Chef Ron, did you want to add?
Yeah, as you know, as a chef working in a prestigious club, less is more. Whether the organic microgreens we use or the organic baby vegetable we use, I mean, you pay more for it, but you use less of it. When it's organic, I personally think people eat less of it, and you have more direction. Like the organic food can last 3 to 4 to 7 days, but another produce will probably last 2 days and it go bad. You pay more money and you waste more. That's how I think.
Right. I see one of our panelists and a participant right now, Chef Blasingame, Chef Aundre, said that we need to learn how to, pay what the value is to our body. And Chef Kabui, you said this as well. We may pay more in the short term, but it costs us in our health and our long-term ability to live and prosper in the long term if we take that, if we only look at this short-term economic impact on our food. And also, though, there is a bigger picture. There is that policy issue. There is this bigger systemic issue that we also have to consider, and understanding why that incentive is there to go cheap as opposed to going healthy and going for value. We have a question about distribution. This is from Chef Mark X. Dowling. What about the food distribution system and food deserts? How do we get grocers to open up fresh food markets in our communities?
I can answer that question. It's all about relationship. That's how I think as a chef, how I run my business, work in some of the most prestigious places in the world. It's all about relationship. It's all about seasonal, what available for the season, what's available locally. That's what I think. The grocery store can bring whatever they want, but it's the season. It's the local, it's the availability, what's available for the season, and what can you work with your provider. Whereas if you cannot grow fresh herbs, most chefs have chef's garden. If you don't have your basil, rosemary, thyme, parsley, cilantro, culantro, green onion, this stuff you can grow yourself. I think you need to have relationship whether with your purveyor or with the grocery store to make sure they have that stuff fresh available for you daily.
Yeah, personally, I don't think there's any such a thing as a food desert. A food desert is a misnomer. And for people who are living in a capitalistic world, I'm very, very sensitive to the words that I use. Words have power. I'll give you a quick example. Why is it organic food has to call itself organic food and commercial food is called conventional food? So that means when organic food has been here for a long time, should just be called food. And then conventional food should be called chemical food or food grown with toxic chemicals, right? But these people are marketers. They're very smart. So they use word that makes it, disguise the whole issue. So I'm saying that to say that a food desert is actually a power desert. Why is it that those people are living in those areas? Number one, don't have grocery stores. Why are they not able to open their own grocery stores? Where is it written in stone that other people have to come and open grocery stores for us? Who says that? All right. So we have a power dynamic here. These are people west. These people whose land is occupied. These people who are dispossessed and they don't have control over their community. If I don't have control over my community, why am I? Okay, I'm not saying it's bad. It's a bad thing. It's a thing to eat bad. But okay, are we animals? Animals are the only thing that you feed. You have to worry about feeding animal. You can put an animal in a cage or in a paddock, and you just feed it. We are human beings. If you're human beings, we should have control of our resources like everybody else. We should be able to grow our own food in those communities. So distribution, yes, we can talk about that, but I think Chef Ron talked about it. But what I talk about mostly is literacy and access to power. How is food being used as a weapon against the people? How are people changing oppressive system from slavery to something else, to Jim Crow, to racism, systemic racism, and things of that nature? That's it. Yes.
Excellent. Chef Ron, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I'm good.
Okay, good. This is kind of going right hand in hand. We have a question about producing, as far as what the individuals can do. And the question from Alan Callahan is, what difference might it make if people were to become involved with food as producers and distributors as well as consumers, which we all are?
It will make a big difference. I think if you look at certain grocery store, you go to a grocery store yourself, you see how people treat food. I mean, even food is universal, but food have to be respected, have to be treated with love, care, and all this. It's a relationship between whether it's a chef from a small restaurant or Chef Kabui or myself or a chef from a franchise. What can we do to get everyone involved so everyone can have a seat at the table? It's very important. It's all about a collective efforts, whether it's BCA working with all chefs, not just minority chefs, with all chefs. How can we sit at the table? Chefs talk to the farmers. Chefs talk to the people who deliver the food. How can we have a collective effort to work together as a team for the betterment of the community. That's what I think.
Very well. If you want to really improve the food system, everybody should have a skin in the game. Get involved. Volunteer some of your time to a local farmer. Start a community garden if you don't have any land. If you have any land, start your own backyard kitchen garden in your backyard. If not, find a community center and pressure the local officials in your respective area to create policies that allow some of the available lots in the area to be used for gardening. We should all get involved. If you get involved in food, in the production, distribution, or the growing of the food, you become a more literate person about food. You're not just talking about theory, you're talking about practice. One of the things that makes me a very conscious buyer of food is because I know how difficult it is, because I've worked as a farmer. So I'm always aspire to pay the right prices for the food that the farmers are growing. And I'm more or less likely to waste it anyway. You know, my kids don't waste as much food because we grow some of it. I noticed that. But before, they'll just leave food on plates, and we always have fights about it. But now, once they grow it, we have less fights because they know it takes a lot of work to grow food, especially to grow real food.
Right. You know, it's interesting. In the comments, we have a discussion too about that relationship between chefs and local producers. And, Therese Nelson suggested that we should look more at what's already in place because in terms of producers, she says there's a lot of, let's do the legwork because chefs support local producers already struggling to get their products to market. And I can definitely say, in my experience as a small producer, that aggregation is certainly one of the issues in terms of how local producers can get to chefs, because from the other side, I know a chef doesn't really have time to deal with 15 or 20 extra producers when they can go to one. And I'd like to hear your experience on that. But can you offer, what suggestions can you offer to small producers to make their production more accessible to chefs and to meet the needs of chefs?
A couple of things I'm thinking. Number one, they need to be accessible seasonally. What's available in the season? If you said, okay, I'm going to open this to 6 restaurants and you only have enough tomato for 1 restaurant, that's not right. You waste somebody else's time. So it's a collective effort, as I say before, for the chefs and the producer to work together. Number one, how much can they produce? Number two, will they be sincere and have enough? Where there's microgreens, where there's spinach or seedless cucumbers, baby carrots, baby zucchini, baby yellow squash, baby potty pants, whatever it is. Will there be conscious enough to make sure we have what we need and they'll be able to offer? Oh, okay. Even I work with the producer. Okay, I'm going to take 5 cases of 5x6 tomato. I'm going to take some Walmart tomato. I'm going to take some baby spinach Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And on Monday, oh, by the way, I don't have no tomato. I don't have this. I think it's a collective effort. The chef and the producer work together as a team. Okay, from October to December, I'm going to give you this. From December to January, I'm going to give you this. And then work out the whole year. Whether we're doing good, oxtail, whatever it is, certifying its beef or fresh fish, frying fresh, whatever it is. I think it's a collective effort. The chef and the community producer work together as a team for a better result.
Great.
Use of technology. Technology, we have technology now that somebody can just scan. You know, I've seen one app that one corporation was using, and they shared it with a farmer, that it can track every single thing at every single step. So even without having, as Chef was talking about, being accessible, you can just get on that app and say, who has tomatoes? Whose tomatoes are 2 weeks away from being harvested? I mean, that app was that precise. It shows you how many tomato plants I have in my own greenhouse, how many maybe bell peppers that Chef Ron has in his growing farm as a farmer, and what stage they are. So if you need, all you gotta do is send a message on the app, and you get it. I mean, we got the technology, man. That's it shouldn't be. I don't take no shortcuts or excuses for that. We can do better, and chefs can do better. I put the fast heat on chefs. I say the fast. Let's remember, chefs. The culinary tradition as we have it today was created in France and in Italy, and those chefs only cooked for the loyalty. They didn't cook for the regular people.
Right.
And look at what happened when they started. The chefs after the French Revolution in 1893, they started cooking for the regular people, and now we started inheriting all the diseases that the loyal people are having. They were fat, they had gout, they had all
Chef,
kinds of high diseases.
I hate to do it, but I'm going to have to cut. We're actually going right into our next session right now. But thank you so much, Chef Kabui and Chef Duprat. Thank you so much for your participation in this conversation today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chef Ron. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Michael, thank you. Sure.
Hello, I'm Mary Dawn Wright, and I'm the executive chef for Sabra Dipping Company. And I'm proud to be here today as a sponsor for the BCA Global first virtual event, Conversations on Food, Race, and Social Justice, and Holiday Fundraiser. At Sabra, we make hummus and guacamole, two of my favorite dips. Today, we are sharing with you our senior food scientist, Akou Amefia, who will be sharing some of her favorite hummus recipes. Escoffier, the famous French chef who lived many centuries ago, and he also wrote arguably the first Western cookbook, once said that chicken is the canvas of the chef. Today, I like to say that hummus is the canvas of the chef because it's so embracing. It embraces the people that eat it. It embraces the flavors that you put on it. You can put flavors from all over the world. It really is one of the most soulful foods on the planet. When it's made properly, I feel like when you eat hummus, you're eating it with every single person who has ever eaten hummus. And I think that our hummus, and hummus in general, really truly represents the philosophy of our Sabra kitchen, where I'm standing today. And that philosophy is that food is a bridge between people. And we really truly believe that here at Sabra. And so to that end, we are very happy to be sponsoring this event and to be sharing with you our fantastic food scientist, Akou Amefia. I really hope you enjoy her recipes today, and I am thrilled to be here with you sharing this event virtually. So enjoy the day, and thank you.
Hello, my name is Lynn House, and I am the National Spirit Specialist and Portfolio Mixologist for Deep Eddy Vodka. And I am so excited to be with you right now and sharing my cocktail, the Carnival Spritz. Now, this cocktail is inspired by my first trip that I ever made to St. Croix, which was years ago. And it was during the holiday season, and they host Carnival at Christmas time on that island. So I wanted to bring in some of those flavors. I wanted to make a cocktail that was just light and refreshing, something that you could enjoy for brunch, for day drinking, a little aperitif, or just if you need a moment to kind of get away from the winter blues. So let's start. So I have my mixing tin right here, and I'm going to take half a lime, and I'm going to use my favorite tool in the world, which is a fresh juice press, and I'm going to squeeze this half lime into my tin. Now, this is the equivalent of about a ½ ounce of juice if you already have juice pre-done ahead of time. So I wanted to bring in some of the flavors that I discovered on the island, and one of the fruits that I discovered was soursop. Not something that we see here in the Midwest, where I live. Beautiful. It's got a rich, silky texture, kind of sweet, kind of sour. Hard to find stateside, but you can buy this Humex Guanabana nectar, which is soursop juice. So we're going to do 1.5 ounces of that, pour that directly into the tin. Wanted to bring in some other tropical flavors, so I'm going to use Pama, which is an all-natural pomegranate liqueur. This is gluten-free. It's made with pure cane sugar, so there's no artificial sugar, there's no high fructose corn syrup. The fruit actually comes from whole pomegranates. So I really love this. It's also low ABV, low calorie. So we're going to pour an ounce of that into our mixing tin. And then the star of the show is going to be my Deep Eddy Vodka, the ruby red flavor. Again, this is a phenomenal product. It is gluten-free. The grapefruit, we actually use real ruby red grapefruit, so there's no artificial flavors, there's no high fructose corn syrup. It's low in calories, low in alcohol, and low in carbs. So this is just a really nice cocktail that you can enjoy one or two of throughout the day and not feel like you've overdone it. So I'm going to add 1.5 ounces of this Deep Eddy Ruby Red Grapefruit Vodka. Now I've already gone and iced the bottom of my tin here. I want to fill that with about 3/4 of the way of ice. Reason why I'm doing that, because you're going to be using ice that you have at home and it's going to melt pretty fast. So by filling the tin fuller, it allows me to chill the cocktail, kind of dilute the cocktail, but not make it too watery. And now we're going to give it a really good shake. Just one of those ingredients to mix up together. And then I'm going to take my strainer here and I'm going to just strain this cocktail over ice. I'm using a really cute mason jar, but if you have a rocks glass, or if you want to do it in a wine glass, or just a kind of a tall Collins glass, you could do that. But you do want to strain this cocktail over fresh ice. And then I mentioned it was a spritz, and a lot of time in spritzes we'll see Prosecco or club soda. I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to use this Fever Tree Premium Indian Tonic. I really enjoy it because as a tonic water, it's got that bite of the quinine, the cinchona bark in there, but really some other beautiful herbs and spices that complement the rest of the cocktail. And we're just going to slowly pour that on top. Gives it a little effervescence. Also keeps the cocktail from being too sweet. Take a straw, give that a little gentle stir. Now, as I mentioned, I'm inspired by the islands, and a flower that I saw growing all over the place was bougainvillea. Beautiful. You can find it in fuchsia, purples, golds, oranges. And what I actually did was I harvested about 4 bags of bougainvillea. It's a completely edible flower. And I dried them and I brought them back with me stateside. So I'm actually just going to garnish this cocktail with a little bit of these dried flowers because it's just really pretty. Gives it a little pizzazz. If you don't have access to dried bougainvillea, any dried edible flower will work, or you can just borrow from the flavors that are in the cocktail. You can put, pomegranate seeds, you can do a beautiful slice of grapefruit, a lime peel. But there you have it, the Carnival Spritz. So cheers. Wonderful to be with you today.
Hello, my name is Chef Phil Jones. I'm a chef in the Detroit area, and I'm representing BCA Global today. And I'm moderating a panel for BCA Global 2020 conversation on food, race, and social justice. And our panel today is on culinary volunteerism and social impact. And joining me today for this, what I expect to be a wonderful conversation, is Chef Lenise Lee-Streeter, Chef Jason Flagg, and Chef Timm Pitts. And they'll tell you a little bit about themselves and who they are, and then we'll get into that conversation. So let's start out with Chef Lenise. Chef Lenise, let's hear a little bit about who you are, what you do.
Hi, yes, I'm Chef Lenise Lee-Streeter, and I'm a pastry chef. I'm also a volunteer director with BCA Global for the past 16 years. So just to tell you a little bit about myself, the way I got started in pastry is because I used to have an aunt who lived with us, and she was a phenomenal cook. We called her sister, and everyone loved her and loved her desserts. So when my parents bought me an Easy Bake Oven at the age of 6, I started baking. And whatever I baked, my dad ate it. And whether he liked it or not, he just praised me, praised me, praised me. So that just festered my love for baking. It also helped me in my adult life when I started working with the homeless shelter. I would take them treats at times on special occasions, such as this Thanksgiving holiday coming up and Christmas holidays. So with that being said, it just keeps me going. You know, love for me is baking for me is like therapy. You know, when I have a bad day, I get in the kitchen, I bake something, and I share it with my neighbors and my friends.
It's great. Thank you, Lenise.
You're welcome.
Chef Jason Flagg, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hello, my name is Chef Jason Flagg. I've been a member of BCA Global for over 20 years, and I sit on the advisory board. My current day job is that I'm the executive chef / assistant director of a food nutrition department of a major New York City hospital. My love of culinary volunteerism started back actually when I was a little boy. My father is a blind disabled vet, and I was his eyes and ears and little sous chef in the kitchen, showing the little things that he couldn't actually see and do, but I was his hands, and he would, his love of food was phenomenal. He was always in the kitchen cooking, and I was always by his side, standing there and trying to learn little things here and there. I followed his footsteps and also joined the Army as well, hoping now to be able to cook in the Army, but unfortunately that wasn't in the cards. But after I got out of the service, I ended up going to culinary school, and I actually ended up meeting the vice president and actually one of the co-founders of BCA Global, Jason Wallace. Chef Wallace was an inspiration to me because I'd never seen a chef of color before in all of my time in culinary school. And he introduced me to BCA Global, and I met other chefs of color, and I was amazed by the response that we had and stuff. Like when the BCA would do global events, and when the BCA would host other parties and about Jefferson Everett and like a lot of other things that were very centered around the community, it was amazing. And also it gave me a level of professionalism in order to carry myself forward in my culinary career. I think that culinary volunteerism is important, hence my love for going back to my culinary school and doing volunteering, and going back to my high school and bringing local students on and showing them the ropes and introducing them to culinary activities as well. I think that the BCA is an important part of the community because we engage the community. We also do informational stints with the community in order to bring them up, in order to make them aware of different aspects of the culinary landscape out there. I think also we have a stance as being professionals in order to make it a stance and visually just being our presence of being professionals and being culinary out there. And I think that this is the way of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Chef Timm Pitts, let's hear a little bit about you.
Good evening, folks. Glad to be here. My name is Chef Tim. I've been an executive chef for over 20 years or so, working in food establishments, restaurants, and the healthcare sector throughout the tri-state area. I've been with the BCA for almost 18 years, and my position is executive chef and culinary director. I coordinate with culinary students throughout the metropolitan area to be able to cook and demonstrate their skills doing food shows and events throughout the city. I work with many schools and students, training them, mentoring them to be inspiring chefs as myself. This is my way of giving back to the community and to the students, and get them to understand what it is that we do in this business. I've been doing this out of the love for culinary. I didn't have, this mentorship that I belong to with the BCA. I had to pull myself up through the bootstraps after 9/11. And Jason spoke of Jason Wallace, who I also met through culinary school, who was also my mentor and got me involved into BCA. And here we are today, sitting on this panel and discussing, food, race, and social justice in the culinary world. So I'm glad to be here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, and thank you all for joining us today in this important conversation. Volunteerism, especially in this time of COVID, is something that is greatly needed by our community. And we really, truly appreciate the work that you all do in general, and kind of want to dive in here and get a little bit more specific as to what you do with your culinary volunteerism. and the social impact. But let's talk about origin stories. And Tim, let's go to you because you have a unique origin story, and I heard you mention 9/11, and in the ethos of this United States, 9/11 and now COVID are two great big markers. Can you just tell us a little bit about that piece of it and actually coming from service?
Well, actually, my first career was not in culinary. I was director of network operations for a telecom communications company. And after 9/11 hit, I lost my job, almost lost everything. At that time, I was also a volunteer firefighter and spent some time down there digging out and helping my fellow brothers. So, at that time, I decided, I wanted to get into a career that no matter what the economic climate would be, I would always have a job. And culinary was it for me. I always dabbled and dabbed in the culinary field, but didn't take it seriously. So I went back to school, got my second degree in culinary, and here we are today. Here I am today, speaking in front of you. I've come through the ranks, worked hard, had some bumps and bruises in my career, but it was a passion for me. I love what I do, no matter how tired I am, how sore my body is. It's a love that I have for culinary, and I just want to be able to share that with up and coming chefs, culinary students, that you can do this, but you got to have the passion for it. You got to have that drive to be able to do this kind of work.
That's great. We sometimes our best and true selves it appears when we're challenged in the world around us, challenges us, and I think it's a beautiful thing that you came from service and went into service, and it's you think that we Black folks don't do these kinds of things, and it's wonderful to hear your origin story. Chef Lenise, you talk about working with the homeless, and I find that fascinating because one of the things that I am really truly passionate about is that we are only as strong as our weakest link. And going back to what Tim was just saying about jobs that we can always find and be available for us to make a living, that was one of the things I was taught early, and I was always taught that food and architecture, building houses, because you've always got to eat and got to have some place to stay, is extremely important. So can you just talk to us about the social impact of the community that you work with? Tell us some of the cause and effect of working and dealing with the homeless. And if you could, maybe some of the most emotions that you experience when you're going through this, because we want for folks to understand why you're doing it.
Well, I've been working with the homeless for well over 30 years. When I got out of college, that's where I started at. So I'm a director for a homeless shelter, and it brings me joy because people have a misperception of what homelessness is. People think that homelessness is because people just don't, really care. They don't take care of themselves. But homelessness looks like you and me. Homelessness is people who have jobs, people who just can't afford to pay the high rents in New York City or other states. But when people walk through that door, the one thing that I make my staff know and make them aware of is that these are human beings, and therefore the grace of God go I. So we never take it for granted of people being homeless. Because, if we didn't have a loving support system around us, especially something like this pandemic going on, we could be in the same boat. And one of the things that I do, and I have my staff do when they first come in, is, are you hungry? Do you need something to eat? We're going to feed you, because a lot of times they don't have anything at all. But if they get something in their stomachs, then we can talk to them. Then they're not so angry. They find out that people are caring about them. So I love it. I've been doing it forever. I'll continue to do it.
I would truly hope so. It's interesting when you talk about, you say that the first thing you do is you ask them if they've eaten. And in Zen Buddhism, there's a lot of open questions. And one of those questions is, have you eaten today? And it's really, it means a whole lot more than putting food on a plate. It's hospitality, it's conviviality, it's giving, it's caring, it's sharing. And I thought it was really interesting that one of the things that you mentioned early on was sharing. And it's another thing that got me a little emotional. You said you all called your aunt sister.
Yes.
We called my aunt sister. I had an aunt sister too. So if you have to excuse me, I'm a little bit emotional right now.
It's okay, because I get emotional too thinking about her.
Yeah, it's we're in a time now that it's hard, and family's important, and I think that the beauty of family really comes through in Jason's story. You know, talking about your dad and walking in his footsteps, sort of. But you mentioned something about your service in the Army, and I wanted to make this one little point. Black men serve in the armed forces at a higher rate than any other group. And you would never know that, especially in the political climate that we're in now. So thank you for your service. But also, I want to talk about your service and what you said you weren't able to do in the Army. Can you expand upon that a little bit?
Well, when I joined the service, my father was in the 101st Airborne Division in Vietnam, and my father definitely wanted me to follow in his footsteps. He said, "I'm calling out Fort Bragg. I want to talk to my people, and you're gonna be jumping out of airplanes in no time flat." And I was like, I really don't want to jump out of a perfectly functioning aircraft. So I channeled into my other family members, and actually my great uncle was a combat engineer in World War II and built airline strips and stuff like that for the Flying Tigers in China. So I was like, well, that's not like the move, and until I can actually start cooking. So I joined up. They have a sheet that you fill out when you join the service, so your choice of preference. And I was like, well, I wanted to be a cook, and I was like, no, you scored too high in your ASVAB score. Pick something else. So I became a mechanic for some strange reason. But in the course of doing that, I joined a combat engineer unit, and we was able to go to the field. We got deployed to Panama after the invasion, to Germany and different other places. And I always end up pulling the cooks out to the field. So I hang out with the cooks and learn little things here and there on the side. So when I got into culinary school, I was like, you know what? I tried to do this to the military and stuff, and it didn't work out. So let me go to culinary school and make this happen. But I think that the structure of the military gave me the discipline in order to be able to accept culinary school for what it is, because culinary school is about not only about learning and education, it's about having the fortitude and discipline and being a professional at what you do, so you can be able to produce high quality products and be able to replicate that and be able to take the physical wears on it. Like Chef Tim said, you get beat up, you get bumped up, you get burned, you get cut and everything like that, but you got to keep going on. You got to keep the mission going. So I think that's essential, the military give me that background and fortitude to be able to accept the culinary career that I chose.
That's great. And, Tim, I want to go back to something that you were talking about that I find interesting too. And it's about students. It's about the future generations. I know you talk about inspiring them in food. What kinds of conversations do you have with them around volunteerism, using their food skills to help the community? What are some of those lessons that you're giving these young folks?
Well, first of all, I tell these students that, I can teach you technique all day, the cutting, the slicing, the dicing, but if it's not from here, it doesn't matter, because your passion will transcend to the plate. Volunteerism it's a service. You have to want to serve to be a volunteer. You just have to have the desire just to do it, no matter what the situation, no matter what you're going through. And it's a feeling of service. So I can teach you technique all day, but if it's not in the heart, it's going to show that you're not in this for the service of it all. You're just here to go through the motions, and maybe, look good on TV if you even make it that far. So I teach these students that you got to be passionate about this. This is not for the weak of heart. This culinary world that we're in is not for the faint of heart. You got to be dedicated. You got to be serious. You got to have a attitude of service. I have this motto, this saying: kings serve and eat last. You serve your people and you watch them eat first. Then you can eat last and enjoy what they're what you're giving them to feed off.
Great, and you reminded me of a bad James Clavell book, Taipan. It translates roughly to servant leader, and I think that that's a very important piece that you all are expressing now, maybe even unknowingly. It's not just working, it is actual leadership. And in our communities of color these days, leadership is kind of not given the platform that it deserves, nor is it given the development and capacity building for our young folks. And I will want to go to Lenise, but I'm going to come back to Tim. You're showing, Lenise, you're showing leadership in a different way, and it's a caring and compassionate thing. In our world today, we're finding ourselves in a lot of trouble, but it's our Black women that are saving us. And I think that's a beautiful thing that we need to express more often. And tell us a little bit about just your journey as a Black woman in food. I know it's certainly got to be different than mine, or either Chef Jason or Chef Tim. Well, Chef Lenise, could you just talk about that and maybe some of the rewards and the challenges of being a Black woman in volunteering in culinary?
Yes, I can talk about that. When I went to culinary school late. I went to culinary school almost as a second career because I loved to cook and I knew how to cook. But when people called me a chef, I wanted to be really a chef. I didn't want to be like, oh, this is a chef. I wanted to have the credentials to back it up. So when I went to culinary school, it was back in 2005, and I was the only person of color in my class. So I'm walking in like, oh, this is kind of strange because, I'm used to being around a mixed population of people. But I did what I had to do. I learned what I had to learn. And it was really good because everyone was very kind and everyone was very, we all learned together. And I still am very friends with a lot of those people today. But to make people take you serious as a woman, when you come and say, oh, I'm a chef, the first thing they ask is, oh, really? Well, where'd you go to school? And when you get people of non-color and they say, I'm a chef and I put my pies in the window to cool, they're millionaires. They get a TV show. So I feel that we as people of color always have to prove who we are and what we can do.
That certainly has got to be even more challenging. You've got a double whammy. I'm sure that all of us here have experienced race as an issue in our development, race as an issue in our rewards, and race an issue as in our promotions and the resources we're given. And it's a challenge. And then you've got the fact that women are not given the due that they should be given in our professional kitchens. And and I commend you for even stepping out today and getting out in the morning and going to work, going out there and serving community, because it is too difficult, Tim, like you said. It's not for the faint of heart. You do burn yourself, you do cut yourself, you do work ungodly hours because people have always got to eat. So I just want to come back maybe just a little bit longer, Tim, and where did your passion come from? You express it, and what's your passion origin story?
Well, my passion comes from my mother. I watched her go through the church. We belong to Bethlehem Church here in Freeport. And I watched my mom just have a service attitude. She would be in that kitchen, you know, backache, feet ache, you know, just arthritis kicking in, and she keeps going. And I admire that in her. You know, it would take a lot for her to stop. Even to this day, you know, with all her health challenges, she's still cooking. She's known for her pies and cakes in the neighborhood. That's where I get it from. Just watching her evolve and go through keeping God first, serving the community, serving God, and that's where I get it from. That's plain and simple. I absorbed it. I watched her grow. I watched her, you know, serve the community, and I just emulated that.
Thank you, thank you. Jason, Chef Jason, you mentioned something that kind of tied into this whole thing about how difficult it can be physically on a person. If you had to talk to a young up-and-coming chef, what would you say in terms of how you can live a disciplined life, how you can have a professional career? What does it take? I mean, it's we don't think of ourselves, well, I'm not saying we, because we know what we do. But the general public, when you tell them, chef, I'm a chef. Oh, where do you cook? Didn't you hear me? I said, chef. I went through steps. I took the time to get educated, to follow food, to learn things. What could you tell our young folks out here? Because leadership is important. We see a lot of people get the fame and glory right away. Speak to that for us, because we want to get to a better world, but it takes a little work. And I think you've got a little bit of an answer here.
Yes, I do. Actually, to harp on what Chef Tim said, it takes love and it takes passion. You have to have passion for your food. You have to love food. You have to embrace it. You have to be all-encompassing into it, because if you don't love it, it's not going to show. It's not going to reflect. It's not going to come out on your dishes and stuff. And you have to be able to have that level of passion and drive in order to appreciate those things within food in order to be able to serve it correctly. You have to have a level of determination, because there's going to be a lot of obstacles against you. Not only physical obstacles, it's going to be mental obstacles. You're going to be fatigued mentally. You're going to have to learn a lot of knowledge. You're going to have to be able to replicate that knowledge in recipes and techniques and methods. You're going to have to be able to do that on the spot. And you're going to have to do it consistently. And I think that you have to have a level of fortitude, especially chefs of color, because as Chef Lee said, you rarely see chefs come out and even cooks of color in prominent positions. Like you see cooks, you see a lot of us as cook level, but when you get to the sous chef level and higher, chef de cuisine level and higher, it gets very, very spotty. And then when you come to the chef level, it's like you're looking around, you need that level of support, but you have to have that fortitude within you in order to be able to go beyond that. But I think a level of servitude will help assist that, because if you serve and you give back, it gives you a sense of your community, and it gives a sense of purpose, because you're not doing this for yourself. You're not only doing it for your family, but you're doing it for us together as a community and as a race. And it gives you a level of fortitude to gather yourself, to prepare yourself to go forward. So those 4 key aspects, I think there's a key in order to be able to be a successful chef and get to that particular point.
That's a wonderful statement there. And one of the things that are resonating with me now is humility. We as Black chefs, Black cooks of color, have Black cooks and cooks of color, have been culinary griots. We carry along traditions generally through enslavement. We wind up cooking for white faces, slave trade, the enslaved trade, to be more precise, and the indentured servitude created pathways for food and for development of technology, for the continuity of flavors. And we as Black people have been carrying this load, and it's ironic that we as Black people, having been in these spaces and taking the load, we're never really in the management piece, and we're not recognized. So Chef Lenise, I hate to harp on this, I don't want to be picking on you, but I really want to hear a little bit more about the community piece.
Well, with the community piece, what we do, and going back with BCA, I have a relationship with Raymond Flanagan, and they have invited BCA to come in, and we do culinary events for the neighborhood. So we come in, a lot of that population are our seniors and some young people. And we put on, well, especially Tim puts on a little fire show with his food and everything with them. But we teach them how to cook foods and taste foods that they haven't really thought about doing. So that warms my heart, just to be able to bring that into my community and show the people, because they know me. A lot of people call me the cake lady because, you know, I do desserts all the time, but they don't know that there's another piece to me. And that's the part that I deal with BCA and the chefs that I deal with there. So bringing them into the community helps to show them, oh, wow, this is really great. You know, she does know what she's talking about. And the food is fabulous. They're always asking for the recipes. And, you know, they want to know when we're coming back. You know, we come every 6 months. Before the pandemic, we would come like every 6 months. They want us to come every week. We can't do that. But, you know, it's nice to know that they appreciate what we do. It's nice to know that we're able to educate them, that they can take the time out to talk to us, ask us any type of questions that they want, and help them to eat better. So we really appreciate that, and they appreciate us.
Great. Chef Tim, what is this show that you put on? I want to hear a little bit about that. What is it that you do?
All right, so
for you is Suave Bolo. Let's hear it.
Chef Phil, all I do is, I bring my saucepans, my Bunsen burners, and, do a little cooking demo, got the flame going and tossing and flipping. And, I just, again, that passion, that I talk about, I put it on the plate. I put my heart and soul on the plate. So, speaking what Lenise was talking about, Raymond Flanagan, we go to the community, and in line with Mindful Eating for the Beloved Community book that BCA and Alex Askew had put out, I just take ordinary food or the foods that the Black community is so used to eating and flip it. I take, give you an example, I had a recipe for an upscale, healthy shrimp and grits. Instead of eating that, hard white grain grits, I use cauliflower rice as the grits. And instead of shrimp, I use, codfish. And for the cream, I use rice milk and almond milk cream sauce. Put it together, and they couldn't stop eating it. Collard greens, I took collard greens and made an egg roll out of it, stuffed with wild rice and smoked turkey. Just taking food that, the community is so used to getting, the fat, fried, and just flipped it around and made it healthier and more flavorful than they're used to. And they can use the same ingredients. They don't have to go, outside of their community to get some high-end ingredients, using the same ingredients that they normally use, and show them how to upscale it and make it healthier and more pleasant for them to eat.
Great. Sounds delicious, actually. Kind of want me to bring this conversation around the food, I guess. That's where we're really at the center of all this. Chef Jason, since we're hearing some recipe talk, share a little bit of Chef Jason's stuff. I want to hear what you do.
Well, I shared at a BCA event a couple of months ago. Actually, it was almost a year ago. We did a chia seed pudding with fresh berries. And since the chia seeds has has a thickening agent already in them. As soon as you introduce them to any type of liquid, it starts to thicken up almost like similar to a pudding. So instead of adding like heavy cream or anything like that, or additional sugars and stuff, the only thing I added was coconut milk, and it gave a great consistency. The chia seeds gave a little pop on the side, and with the fresh berries, it went over quite well. I think that I was also done a strata that is consisted of broccoli and cheddar cheese. And strata is a savory bread pudding, if anybody just wants to know about that. And we just eliminate some of the other elements in it and add a lot of broccoli to that. It gives it a nice fiber texture, and plus with the cheddar, and you can substitute out the egg whites into it instead of whole eggs, and you got a nice nutritional breakfast brunch style dish that will go over quite well. And I also think that if you just minor things like right now, the biggest thing that is the biggest driver in like with substitutes going on is like the new Bonza product coming out with substitute pastas and stuff like that, where we can substitute those old school pastas, those white refined flour pastas, and replace with like plant-based pastas. And that's an easy one that you can just swap out at any given time and stuff like that, and still get a pasta dish and stuff of a substance and flavor.
Great, sounds delicious. So you know this is going to be the tough one because cake ladies. How do you make some of your stuff more mindful? What do you do? You know, fat and sugar, it tastes great.
Yeah, but I take the sugar out and I swap it with either agave or monk fruit, and people don't know the difference.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Tell our audience a little bit about monk fruit. I think they would love to hear that.
Well, monk fruit, it's similar to sugar, but it's more healthier for you. It has a lot of the okay, I'm at a loss for words, but it has a lot of the things in there that are good for our system, so that we're not eating that processed white sugar. It's natural for us. So when you eat that and you substitute that, also, you know, when you substitute that white sugar and take that out, white sugar is a killer. It's an absolute killer. So I try to use things that I know are healthier for our bodies, so that we can still enjoy the food. I had a cousin, God bless him, he passed away, he was diabetic. And he would tell me, don't bring me none of that diabetic desserts. I don't want it. If you bring it here, I'm throwing it away. I said, okay, no problem. I said to his wife, don't worry about it, I got this. And I would make the same desserts for him that he wanted, substituting it with agave. He would sit there and never knew the difference. Never knew the difference. And he always would say to me, I told you, if you would have brought that other stuff, I would have threw it away. And I was like, yeah, okay, no problem. And every time he was eating healthier, still got what he wanted, but never knew that I had substituted it for him.
That sounds great.
I do the same thing with, I do the same thing when I do red velvet cakes. Instead of using red dye, I use beet juice.
Oh, great. Yeah, well, I was fully chastised for using some non-natural coloring some many years ago, and I've not made that mistake since. We're coming to the end of our panel discussion. So if you would just humor me, give me a 20-second clip, Chef Lenise, what BCA Global is for you and how has it impacted your world, and how do you hope it impacted? 20 seconds.
Well, BCA Global for me, I got involved when I was a student in school, and it changed my life because it made me be around people of color like me. It taught me, the chefs taught me a lot of things that I didn't know, that culinary school didn't necessarily teach me. And it's a way to give back to the community. They do a lot with the students, and it's just a wonderful opportunity for people.
Thank you, Chef. Chef Jason, 20 seconds.
I think
BCA and you.
I think the BCA definitely gave me a sense of pride and professionalism. I mean, I had the pride of being a member of the BCA. I can hold my head high knowing that I have other chefs of color behind me that are supporting me. I can go to them for mentorship. I can go there for questions. And I think that it gives me the courage to face the corporate doldrums that are out there, that the walls that they try to put up and stuff like that. I feel like I have a whole army behind me, literally to knock that wall down, keep going on.
Thank you, thank you. Chef Tim, 20 seconds, BCA and you.
BCA for me is an avenue for me to give back. I didn't have this opportunity coming through culinary school, didn't have the opportunity to learn and teach. I had to do it on my own. And BCA for me was the avenue and the catalyst for that. I've learned a lot from the president of BCA, Alex Askew. That's my dude, love him to pieces. And that's it for me. I can give back to what I've gained through my culinary life.
Thank you. Thank you all chefs, Chef Lenise Lee-Streeter, Chef Jason Flagg, Chef Timm Pitts, all wonderful members and contributors to BCA Global and the work around mindful eating for the beloved community. We're gonna give folks a chance to ask some questions coming up right now. But just want to thank you everyone for taking time to sit and hear from these wonderful chefs of color and our little conversation on food, race, and social justice, and specifically around culinary impact, culinary volunteerism and social impact. The culinary volunteerism has me a little tired with it being the holidays and such, so you have to excuse me being tongue-tied, but we're gonna open up the floor to some questions now. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are live with our panel. Thanks everyone for sticking with us. We're having a little bit of technical issues, but we're here working it out right now. We've got Chef Phil Jones and Chef Lenise Lee-Streeter. Chef Jason Flagg is in and out, and Chef Timm Pitts are both on the chat, so they can hear us and participate through chat. The video may come back in at a later point, but we've had some great questions and a lot of great feedback throughout the panel. And one question stood out that we wanted to jump right in with. And that's from Jasmine Baker. She says that I'm a young woman and eventually I want to own my own restaurant. How can I showcase the importance of social injustice through my food and get others involved? Chef Phil, do you mind starting with that?
Yeah, I'll start this out, and I don't want to mansplain because I can't tell it from the woman's perspective. But one thing that is extremely important is intentionality around our menu design, intentionality around our ingredients. So being very specific as to what you're sourcing and who you're sourcing it from is a starting point. So mindfulness inside of our production techniques and our menu is very important. But storytelling. We don't know our own stories. We don't know the stories of our ingredients, and we don't know how important these ingredients are to us physically. And so telling the story along with the food is a way to uplift our food and make it shine. But just being intentional and telling your story is a starting place.
I agree with that, Phil. And also, Jasmine, you have to understand that you're going to have long hours ahead of you. So you may not have a family right now, but when you have a family, they have to understand that if that's your passion and if that's your love, you have to really be willing to dedicate those long hours to it. Chef Phil is very correct. You have to put a story to your food. Whenever you put a story to your food, that shows the love that you have with it, and your food will come out fantastic every time.
Thanks so much. So following up, on that, just generally speaking, what advice do you have for the next generation of Black and brown chefs?
Dedication, learn your history, go back, read about all of those who came before us, talk about your grandparents, listen to what your grandparents had to say, the foods from the earth, how good they are for us. When we thought they were silly, they are now what everyone is talking about. And I think that's really important.
Being a chef is a process. And I think one of the things that has happened with our society is that being a chef has been minimized and given not nearly the respect that it deserves as a profession. It takes a lot of hours, it takes a lot of dedication, and you've got to be willing to give up your body. This is not for the faint of heart, as Chef Tim said inside of the conversation. You've got to be willing to go the extra mile and to actually put yourself out there in a way that I can't even tell you. All I can tell you is hard, but you've got to love it and
Right.
understand food and people.
Excellent. Just going through a couple of questions. Oh, we've got another great one here. How do you balance your servant leadership as you fight racism and oppression within the profession?
I'll lead out of this. Generally, there's not a lot of balance for chefs, and that's something that we need to work towards. And part of the way we get there is to bring people along with us. And leadership is just that. It's not by yourself. There's no one chef can do any of this stuff. No one person can make a change. We have to do this as a group. So I would start there.
Chef Streeter?
No, I agree with Chef Phil on that one. There's no balance. We have to do what we have to do. And, you know, when we do it, we do things for the love of baking and serving people, serving our community.
Great, great. Chef Pitts, thank you. I'm glad we were able to work that out. And our next question is really, it's for everybody. We're going to start with you with your work with youth. We've got a question. How are we impacting our youth in making healthier food choices?
Well, for me, it's more of a demonstration to use healthy ingredients and show how they can prep it out and utilize the whole food in this process. You know, for instance, just a small example, taking spaghetti squash and using the whole squash as a item to substitute for pasta. It's just basically using whole ingredients, the whole apple, the whole, you know, fruit, vegetable, and do as less processed to it as you possibly can and using the whole substance.
Brother Easterling, I just want to break in one quick second because I saw Chef Kabui rocking his apron, so I had to go get mine. And this is extremely important because Blue Cut and BCA Global has teamed up, and this apron is for sale on Blue Cut. They've got some great stuff. You can look at all that other stuff, but if you're a Black chef out here, you need to get this apron. You need to support BCA Global because it's wonderful. The artwork is stellar, and we would love the love, and we'd love to see a bunch of you out here rocking it.
Great, great. We appreciate that. And yes, you know, that's a great reminder that this is a fundraising campaign, and this is one of the ways that BCA Global raises money to do its amazing programming throughout the year. So at the reception page, between segments, we ask that you take a look. You can donate straight to our operating fund, or we also have a separate donation page for our signature program, Mindful Eating for the Beloved Community. Both links are accessible from the reception page, which you can access from the left of your screen. We do have
Michael, while you're doing that, let me just plug the book since you mentioned Mindful Eating for the Beloved Community. It is also available. So please, guys, support us, continue to love us, and we definitely appreciate it.
Yes,
we're getting our countdown.
So yeah, we have a couple more minutes. You know, Chef Pitts, if you don't mind, one question that I'd at least like to get your feedback on, your input on, and what advice do you have for the next generation of Black and brown chefs?
Read, get connected with an organization like the BCA, get involved in community, food pantries, and just get involved. Get into, you know, a culinary school. I mean, a lot of chefs have different opinions about it, but gain as much knowledge about your industry, about your craft, and get connected to the BCA. We will guide you in any area in this business. There's so many avenues that you can go in the culinary space. Get with the BCA, and we will guide you as much as we can.
Great. Thank you. So, folks, that brings us to the end of our Q&A for this segment of our presentation. We are about to step into our next panel, which is Barriers in Communication in the BIPOC Community, and that is Black, Indigenous, People of Color. We're going to talk about difficulties that we have engaging in communication with each other. And oftentimes, we all have the same or similar goals, but there's difficulties in how we work with each other and align with each other. So our next panel will discuss the broad picture and provide some solutions to how we can move better and continue the conversation, and more importantly, find ways to work together so that we can achieve the goals that we all share. So with that, again, I'd like to thank our panelists, Chef Phil Jones, our moderator, Chef Timm Pitts, Chef Lenise Lee-Streeter, and Chef Jason Flagg. Again, our next panel will be starting in about 30 seconds or so. We encourage you to stop by the reception page, click on our volunteer donation page, click on the Mindful Eating donation page, check out Blue Cut Apron, check out the book, Mindful Eating for the Beloved Community, and continue to participate in this panel discussion and the conversations throughout the day. We really appreciate your support and look forward to an insightful and education learning filled afternoon. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ed Mafoud, president of Damascus Bakery, one of America's oldest, committed to community service. This year, we are again honored to sponsor BCA Global as a partner and celebrate, albeit virtually, community resilience and food justice. I want to welcome each and every one of you to these important conversations as we explore food, race, and social justice, as well as raise money for an important cause. As a longtime sponsor, we at Damascus are deeply committed to the sense that a community that celebrates health and resilience is a vibrant one. Our bakery doesn't only walk the walk, but we talk the talk in our products that we mindful baking and health. Lavash bread containing high protein and known to reduce depression and boost immunity, nutrient-rich sprouted grain products, as well as low glycemic and diabetic-friendly ancient grain flatbreads, fiber and omega-3 chia and flaxseed products. Yes, bread products that help with healthy digestion. We at Damascus are not an ordinary bakery, and BCA Global is not an ordinary organization. And that is why, in a strange way, our partnership makes sense. Putting community first is at the common core of our combined values and concerns. Please join and support us as we celebrate together these important conversations. I'm looking forward to seeing you as we virtually celebrate and honor BCA Global for its wonderful mission.
Hello, my name is Akou Amefia. I'm a food scientist from Sabra Dipping Company. I'm originally from Togo, a country in West Africa, and I grew up with 7 siblings. My mom spends a lot of her time cooking food because she wanted her kids to eat fresh food every single day. So as you see, I grew up around food, loving food and cooking food every day. That's why I'm here today, to show you some recipe showcasing Sabra hummus. At Sabra, we manufacture hummus. It's smashed chickpea mixed with tahini, which is sesame butter, some garlic and other ingredients, forming a smooth and creamy dip that is good on every food. So the first recipe we're going to do is a triple threat replacement for egg salad. Why is it triple threat? So because it uses chickpea. Chickpea is a legume. It is widely used in the Middle East, right? It's higher in protein than most beans, as well as fiber. We're also gonna use celery. I'm sure a lot of you guys eat celery. Celery is not only good to eat, but is also good for you because it's good for the digestive system. And finally, we're going to use Sabra Classic Hummus. It's also made of more chickpeas, so that means more protein and more the fiber, as well as some flavorful mixture. So let me start the recipe. So first, you want to take a can of chickpea that you rinse and drain, or you drain and rinse, smash it to get a little bit of texture, but please don't make a paste out of it. So then you add your celery. Then you add half a cup of Sabra Classic Hummus, which is about a cup, half of the container. As you can see, be generous with your Sabra Classic Hummus because it brings flavor to the table. Then a quarter cup of yogurt. Cup of yellow mustard. 2 teaspoons of lemon juice. I just like to juice my lemon, so I'm just doing it directly in there without measuring. And a pinch of salt, like the French would say, add some more till you like it. So once you add all the ingredients, you stir till you get a creamy mixture that looks like an egg salad. So as you can see, this product looks really creamy, as if I added mayo, but I don't have the fact that mayo brings the table, but it's still creamy and it's still healthy for you. And it's also good and higher in protein, just like egg salad really. And là, voila, we are done with our chickpea salads. Right now, you can serve it as a side or as a part of a sandwich for your lunch. So I'm gonna show you how we serve it as a part of a sandwich. I always try to eat healthy because over time, we eat food, we work for food, and we're trying to struggle with a lot of health issues. For example, I struggle with high blood pressure, which is from my family, but I know that by choosing the right food, I can do a lot better with my health. So one thing that I chose today, one purposeful decision that I made today is to choose a wrap that has some health benefits. So as you see, it's green because it has spinach. So it's really good for you because you're bringing something new to the table, something healthy to the table. So place 2 spoonfuls onto the wrap. Then you fold it over. And voila, your sandwich is ready. Here's another recipe I want to share with you. Sandwiches, are part of everyday lunch, so I wanted to show you how you can make a great sandwich with Sabra hummus. Currently, now I have a whole wheat Kaiser roll. And I chose whole wheat because it has higher fiber content, so it's good for you. Remember, I wanted to eat better, so I make purposeful decision that will make my meal fuller and make me full for longer. So using the hummus, make sure you put a generous amount of hummus on your roll every time because it helps the flavor travel through all the layers of the ingredient that you're gonna have. So use your spoon, place a generous amount of hummus on the bread. Take the other side of the bread and you do the same for that as well. Today I'm going to be making a vegetable sandwich. So you place your vegetables. I have cucumber, some tomatoes, and feel free to add more hummus in between if you want to use it as a glue. And some lettuce. Voila, your sandwich is ready to be paired. You can also do this on the go. You know, Sabra offers 2-ounce hummus cups, so you could go even to a fast food restaurant, order your bread and your meats. I prefer meats that have no fillers, so like 100% beef or grilled chicken. And then you do the same thing. Place your hummus on the bun, place your meats, always ask for vegetables, lettuce and tomato, as much as you can put in there. And voila, you have a healthy sandwich for your lunch. It has protein from the hummus, right? And sweetness from the hummus as well, because red pepper hummus has some sweetness, but it's not from sugar like you get from ketchup. Et voila, your sandwich is ready. So I'm typically, when I'm trying to eat a lunch, I try to eat a little less, so I'll cut it in half and eat half of it and save the rest for dinner. Here is my lunch. Come and join me. Thank you. Another recipe I want to show you today is just not for you, it's for the whole family or your friends, right? This is a crudité table that comes with several accoutrements, like the French will say. So cucumber, you guys know cucumber jicama. It's root vegetables that is from Mexico, but I grew up eating something similar, so I like to serve it with my hummus. I have some grilled flatbread, some pita, carrots, red pepper. It looks beautiful. I'm going to show you 3 ways to present your classic hummus to your friend. Scoop in some hummus into my little cups. As you can see, hummus is very creamy and it's also delicious. And you always want to make sure the hummus present really nicely, creating a dome to place all your ingredients. Voila, it's pretty now. So we're going to dress it with 3 different ingredients. The first one is tomato basil. Look, these nice tomatoes. Look at the contrast of the green versus the red and the yellow. Looks very beautiful. Then the next we're gonna do is chili garlic sauce. Sweetness with hummus is wonderful. And finally, we're going to do a pomegranate and chili version. Pomegranate arrow right in the center of your hummus dome. And then, like the French will say, une pincée, the chili pepper. Look how beautiful. And voila, your platter is ready for your party. Thank you for joining me at this conference. I had a pleasure talking to you guys. If you have any question, feel free to reach out. Again, my name is Akou Amefia, and I'm a food scientist at Sabra Dipping Company.
Welcome to the panel discussion, Barriers to BIPOC Conversations in the Food Space. My name is Benjamin Perkins, and I'm the CEO of Wholesome Wave, a national nonprofit whose mission is to empower underserved consumers to make healthier food choices by increasing affordable access to healthy fruits and vegetables. I'm also a social justice and community minister at Hope Central Congregation in the Jamaica Plain neighborhood of Boston. My life's mission: do justice, love people, and appreciate beauty in the world. Ultimately, it's all about being a blessing. And speaking of blessings, we are very blessed with two incredibly talented brothers and chefs, Chef Aundre Blasingame and Chef Raymond Lee, each with his own inspirational journey, each here to reflect on it, as well as the challenges that they have faced as Black chefs in the culinary community. Now, at the heart of this conversation is a discussion about communication. And we know that communication, very simply defined, is a way of imparting information or exchanging news. But we also know that a lot gets in the way of effective communication, and that's what we are here to discuss. So the format is very simple. I'll have about 4 or 5 questions I'll pose to our esteemed panelists, and then they'll respond. And at the end, we'll have an opportunity for Q&A. So that's the format. So without further ado, I'm gonna start with the first question, and I'm gonna pose it to Chef Aundre. And the question I have is really more about just telling us a little bit about your story and also about your personal mission.
Well, I appreciate you, Pastor Perkins. Ben, can you hear me okay, good man?
I can hear you.
Excellent, excellent. Well, again, my name is Chef Aundre Blasingame. I currently reside in Dallas, Texas. I'm originally from Louisville, Kentucky. And my journey has been definitely interesting, coming from Kentucky, moving to Texas, being in the food service industry 25 plus years, regular adversities that you would deal with. I was an inner city youth, grew up in, what we used to call Beirut back in the day. It was always a helicopter coming over top or some kind of gunfire going on, and having an opportunity to get out of that environment, grow, fast forwarding to now, I'm on that platform, being in the food service space for so long that, I have an ability and a motto to teach generational wealth and health. That is actually my motto and my creed going forward. That's one of the things that's been missing in our culture for many a year, that we didn't teach each other that, food is health, food is also wealth. And that is my mission statement going forward for this entire discussion, people going forward. It's that opportunity to truly make a change and make a difference mentally in our community, because now that we have the correct information to go forward, this is the time that we need to send it out to create the next generation of incredible chefs and leaders in our community to not only be wealthy, but also have the health to endure and help others. So I defer back to you, Ben.
Great. Thank you, Chef Aundre. Chef Raymond Lee.
Good day.
Good day.
My name is Chef Raymond Lee, and my company is called Steps to Health Incorporated. We are in the Dallas sector of Texas, and our motto is educate, motivate, and stimulate the community. And our passion for health and wellness is all about educating, motivating, and stimulating the community by some of the programs that we do. We offer programs like junior chef programs and silver chef programs to teach the community. and educational programs and concerts. So my journey has been really unique in itself, from Alaska to the East Coast. I'm from Philadelphia, the East Coast, but I've been residing in Texas for a while. But most definitely, I know that what we do is so important in the community. So I'm glad we're having this discussion today. So thank you very much for being on your show.
Great. Thank you both. So the next question I have, because of course the title of this discussion is about barriers. Can you tell me what are the barriers that you see in the culinary community? The barriers to communication specifically.
You know what, I'll go ahead and jump in, Ben. I know one of the barriers that I see on a regular basis is, one is communication. Two, of course, is the racial divide that no one ever wants to talk about. One of the biggest problems is that we have a lot of chefs of color, Black and brown people, that have been over the years taught to kind of keep their mouth shut, do their job, and continue moving. And something like that, most of that is deep rooted generationally, all the way back to the slavery days, where you had the master that was running everybody in the field or in the house. And so we didn't communicate with each other on those different levels. And because of that lack of communication, there's a lot of people that have been hurt. There's a lot of people that have ideas that want to make a change, but because they've been so pressed down, they've been so abused, if you will, that they choose not to say anything, just collect their check and go home. That barrier comes from, some of our, Caucasian counterparts, not recognizing that this is something that is generational. And even though they may not have been the ones that owned slaves, their family may have, and passed that down through the generations. And so that disparity of communication is there because it's kind of ingrained in the DNA. It's been bred from us since the inception of coming to the United States and laying claim here. So this is an opportunity to come to the table and have that discussion so we can overcome some of these barriers and have open lines of communication for real change.
Great.
Absolutely.
Chef Raymond.
Yes. Same question. So absolutely, there has been a lot of barriers, and we haven't been taught business management. We've always taught to say, this is the worker bee, and this will always be your boss, instead of entrepreneurs or being bosses ourselves in different situations. And so, there's levels in the kitchen, and sometimes, as you can, you work hard to strive hard, as your ability to say, I want to be a cook, or I want to be a dishwasher, I want to work in the food industry, there's always blocks that they put in front of you. Now, it's not going to be on a even keel almost. It's always okay. We face those boundaries, whether it's, those blocks, whether it's in position or teaching somebody to do well in a position, it becomes your boss. And so those are the things that, a lot of us have had to endure. So, this is a very important topic. I do agree. So we need to address those issues, and we can have some solution to those, and we can come to a good assessment of how to navigate through these industries like that.
Great. Now, one thing I heard you both say, talking about sort of the fact that this is an intergenerational thing that is passed down, that it's a legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. And a very wise person once said that pain that isn't transformed is transmitted. And so the question I have for you is, how do you think, let's drill a little deeper and talk about those patterns. How is it showing up in the culinary community? What are other ways that you're seeing it show up in the culinary community that really hamper our ability to build that beloved community that we talk about, that Martin talked about?
That's a good one. One of the things that I really think about is putting in a place where people still dream of owning or being the business owner themselves. One of the biggest things in the culinary industry is the fact that we don't really cultivate people to be entrepreneurs and step out. Even though we have all these restaurants and all these different things per capita, if you really look at our industry as a whole, you know, we only take up like less than like 10% of entrepreneurship. Most of us work for these big companies and these big restaurants and these big chains and these hotels. And we have sort of a fear to step out and start ourselves, you know, and a lot of us don't do it because don't have mentors, a lot of times don't have great examples. And it's still a heavily race-dominated industry. And you have to overcome quite a bit. And many people don't want to put in that work. So if we had an opportunity where there were leaders like the ones that's in this panel and people that are in the other panel that we have today that are willing to step up, be a voice and say, hey, you know what, I did it. I'm an entrepreneur. My catering company has been strong for, you know, 10 plus years. You know, Chef Lee, same thing, entrepreneur, wonderful food truck that's out there doing some things. It does great things in the community. So what's missing is the leadership of entrepreneurs to show people it can be done.
What are your thoughts, Chef Raymond Lee?
Yes, I think that, you know, moving forward to inspire people, you know, people got to see themselves, you know, hey, I'm a cook, you know, one day I want to become a chef. How do I do that? So we need to bridge the gap, fill in those gaps and give those examples in a blueprint to that. And I think the blueprint is overcoming some of the negative undertone of how we cannot excel in business. And so, you know, as an entrepreneur myself, I like to always to inspire people if they have just one dish. So how can you feed 1,000 people from that one dish? If you had one best thing. So there's tools in place to inspire. And I think that, you know, as we can see as a culture, how everybody loves our cooking, our food, how do we communicate that across the lines to our peers and those ones looking up to us? And so it has to be a template, I can say, to break those boundaries. Sometimes they're so deep rooted that sometimes people don't want to be inspired, you know, and so, or they just need that, I have a story to tell, but how could I need that help? Sometimes it's pride before, you know, a lot of people have that pride, you know, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to stand out. I don't want to say, or, you know, or maybe I can't cook well, or whatever those boundaries are, you know, we need to have a template to dispel some of those myths.
Okay. So in talking about these barriers and these patterns and stuff, and you guys both hinted at it, but I want to also just expand upon it, have you each expand upon it, which is this idea of disrupting these intergenerational kinds of patterns. Talked about sort of this idea that we've lost our ability to dream, even to imagine ourselves in leadership roles. So talk to us about some concrete ways that you both have developed in terms of disrupting these kinds of destructive, dysfunctional patterns that have been transmitted from generation to generation.
Well, the first thing I know I did for myself was I stopped trying to look for other people to do it for me, and I did it myself because I wanted to be the example for someone else who is struggling, who may not want to step into it or have that fear to step into it. So that was the first thing that I did. I took a leap of faith. You know, I quit my job the same day I decided I wanted to be an entrepreneur in this business. And, you know, it was one of the most rewarding leaps of faith that was out there, but that's not good for everybody. You know, I actually had a pretty good structured system to take care of a lot of different things and a backing, but stepping out there and doing it 10 years later, I've got enough confidence, I've got enough information, I've got enough tangible things to do that I could tell somebody to start with, read this book. You know, one of the books I start anybody on coaching as a chef is a book by no endorsements, but, you know, this is a book by Robert Kiyosaki called Rich Dad, Poor Dad. It gives you the basis of understanding. And one of the things that he says in the book is you should teach your kid to, when they ask you for a bike, buy them two, one to ride and one to rent. So if we could get to that mentality and teaching people in the culinary space that, you know, you don't have to work for somebody, it's great to start to get that information, but something tangible they could do is start with reading about business, reading about other culinarians that have been very profitable, and find somebody who has done what you want to do and talk to them about how their journey was. And then, of course, building leaders that was willing to mentor. We don't have a lot of leaders that's willing to mentor other chefs. If you've been in any part of the industry, most chefs are about themselves, making the team look good and pleasing the client. And that's pretty much it. You know, they don't want to cultivate the sous chef to take their job. Me, I believe I want to teach you everything so you take my job so I can go do something else. So that's some of my tangible things to start in building and overcoming these fears of stepping out there on faith and being leaders.
Absolutely. Great. Most definitely when you instruct people to motivate them. I've done this several times in some of the universities I've worked in. These cooks, you know, they're only making X amount of dollars, $13, $14, and they're like, how can I make some more money? I said, hey, look, there's some recipes that you've been cooking for a while. So you're telling me, how can I help you? And so, you know, be open-minded about it, because yes, sometimes when people get in positions, it's like, you know, I've got to my island of safety. I'm not, you know, then you got to get yours. And so we got to break those cycles, those bad conditioning cycles, and replace them with positivity of instructing. That's like you said, I'm gonna teach my sous chef to be an executive chef and how to handle business and to cross over. A lot of times people just only stick within their cultures, but you know, look, we need those dollars turned 9 times. And if people are figuring out, hey, how can I make more? And they have a humble attitude, sometimes we're so hard on ourselves or conditioned that, wow, I'm gonna stay here until I retire and never want to be an entrepreneur. And it's like, have you thought, you might cook a good soup, but say, hey, have you thought about having, you know, doing a soup party? So when you trigger those things, there's moments in people's lives to say, wow, you know, had I had a chance to do something, I would do it better, or I would have went this way. So that's our job as instructors, as executive chefs, to instruct and to teach. And so I think there's more platforms out there when those times come, when people get into that rut, so to speak, you know, to help them cross over to being an entrepreneur for themselves.
Thank you. So the last question I'm going to ask you both is a 2-part question, and it has to do with inspiration and hope. So where do you draw inspiration and hope in this work and in the fight? And also, how do you take care of yourselves? Because I think this conversation, you talk about health and wealth, this piece around health is critical. And so what are the ways in which you take care of yourselves so that you can stay in the fight? So part 1, hope, inspiration. Part 2, how do you take care of yourself?
Well, the hope and inspiration, you know, I draw honestly from a lot of things that are around me. You know, I take hope in a lot of things. It's funny, I was talking about a plant that I have on my table, and the plant, sometimes if you forget to water it, of course, it dies down. And so once you water it, you give it a few hours, it'll sprout back up and get real strong. And all it needed to do was be fed the nutrient that it needed to grow. And I get inspiration out of that, because something as simple as doing water that, you know, you would think has not necessarily that many, you know, exciting properties, if you will, can take a plant that's dying and take it back up to its normal state and normal life. And see, that's inspiring, because that means all I need is a little bit of water, a little bit of breath of life, a little bit of ingenuity, a little bit of education, a little bit of the right thing to say or the right tool to give to somebody at a time to inspire them to go to the next level. You know, even if they stay at their job until they retire, can you be inspired to be better, make a better dish, make a better presentation, make a client even more happier, you know, in that, because the happier you are, the better life is, you know. And one of the ways that I take care of myself in that is, you know, I count it all joy, you know, with my creator, because I realize that, you know, happiness, you have to keep refilling. But once you get that natural internal joy, it's something that stays with you on a regular basis. And people don't really understand the difference between the two. You know, you can be happy and not be in the joyous spirit, But once you get to the joy side, it's like all obstacles that come your way, you realize that all things that are done for the common good, whether it be bad or whether it be positive. Not to get too much into the word, but and that's where I grab my sanity to take care of myself. In addition to that, I work out, I take walks, I read a lot, spend a lot of time with my family, especially during COVID. And I've had an opportunity to do that. But for the most part, I've mastered understanding how to live a joyful life and be an inspiration to others adds joy to my life. So that's answering both questions simultaneously.
Okay.
Chef Raymond Lee.
Wow, that's we're on the same page. Once again, hope. How do you just inspire somebody to have hope? You've got to say, hey, look, I've been there and done that, and so you got to say, hey, look, what is your next step? What is your next move? For me, I remember that, hey, I hope to say, hey, look, I hope to be the best I can be, and be better than that person, because the industry that I was in, better than my peers. And so I had to channel that energy into creating a soup or a sauce or whatever that dish was. And so, for me, is a motivating factor. Some people are self-starters out there and some people are not. And so sometimes people need that little push. So I think for the most part, hope is to say that I want to make everybody happy today. Let's take those short-term goals and then take those long-term goals. So when I inspire these cooks to become caterers, it says you take your family, if you make one dish for your family, you did a catered dish. And if you have it for your aunts and uncles, you did that a catered dish. And if everybody agrees to your food, then maybe you can sell it, and so you take those baby steps. And so as a culinary professional, these talks are most important, like I said, once again, to inspire those ones coming through. It's not just they hit a brick wall and they get to a certain level. I cook over 10 types of cuisines. And I understand what that is. I hope to be better than the next person to cooking this dish. I hope this dish is good, So for all of us, we set a short-term goal, and then we execute that plan. So you can feed a person for a day, or you can teach them how to fish for life. And so these are the discussions, once again, that are solid, that makes somebody be inspired to be in the culinary arts.
Well, thank you both for the food for the soul food. And thanks to BCA for organizing this. And I want to just leave with a quote, because I've been thinking a lot about the spirit of this gathering, and something that I think Alex in his genius is getting at. And I'm putting words in his mouth, but this is a quote from a woman who's from Australia. She's Aboriginal. She's an artist and activist academic. And she says something here that really rings true. And I hope folks find it powerful as well. She says, her name is Lilla Wilson. And she says, if you have come here to help me, you are wasting your time. But if you have come here because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together. So this work of liberation is a project for us all. Our liberation is bound up in each other. And so I just wanted to offer that little final piece before we go into our Q&A session. And again, thank you, Chef Aundre Blasingame, Chef Raymond Lee, and we'll turn it over and have our question and answer.
Thank you for that amazing panel discussion. So we're here with Chef Aundre and with Ben Perkins for our Q&A. We have been looking at the chat the whole time, and we've got some really good conversation going, and we want to just jump right in. We've got a comment actually from Chef Nelson, who says that she thinks that a huge barrier to communication in the community is clarity of mission. And it goes on that we assume a lot about mission alignment and discount the fact that we don't all want the same things. She goes on that organizations often miss the opportunity to be impactful by not being specific about the goals, so that folks can truly buy in to the work that we want to do. So I just want to turn that to a question and see, brothers, what your experience is with that, about that, maybe assuming that we're on the same page, but not necessarily on the same page, and how those kind of miscommunications can be eliminated or at least narrowed.
Ben, you want to go first, or you want me to tackle this one?
Well, I'll just start, and then Chef Aundre, I'm sure you'll pick it up from there. I think in some ways that's the heart of this panel, was about communication, and this idea that as simple as communication seems is actually quite challenging, and this idea that if we're not communicating with each other, it's highly likely that we will have that lack of alignment. And I like to use this term murmuration. You can go online, go to YouTube, and this idea, murmuration is this thing that birds do. They fly in formation and they create these beautiful patterns. And the idea is that they obviously are communicating with each other in order to fly in formation and get to where they're going. But the essential element is the communication. And I think, again, back to the spirit of this panel, it was about, we're talking about why we can't communicate. What are the things that get in the way of communication? Because if you do have that communication, then the hope is ultimately that we begin to understand each other and see the differences, the similarities, and maybe then, and only then, I think, can we create something beautiful together.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with Ben on that. One of the biggest things with the communication problem is that they have a very valid point, what they said in the chat about everybody not knowing if we're all on the same page. And one of the reasons is because we don't talk to each other about it. You got one person that has this agenda over here, another group's got another agenda, you got another group that does this. And we don't take the time to put a panel together like this to get all those ideas out, to maybe come up with one unified goal or one unified focus in making that change. And we just don't talk about it. You know, the biggest issue in it is that you've got one person over here that is, you know, for rights for children, and then you have somebody that's over here for rights for animals. They don't talk to each other to see how to build that bond where we could unify and work together to have both of those issues dealt with collectively. Your portion is just as important as their portion. And the problem is we won't talk about how they intersect. And that's why we're having this panel discussion, because food touches everybody. You know, I tell people, you think about anything in the world, 100% of people eat. So if food's not going to bring us together to communicate, man, it's going to be a tough road, but not impossible.
Right, right. You know, you mentioned finding common ground. And we have quite a few comments that focus on the issue of talking about wealth, talking about the business side of it, talking about the economic realities. So what more can you say? I mean, this could be seen, I guess, either way. So from your experience or your insight into this situation, do you feel that, or can you give examples of how focusing on the economic side or the business side of our work can be something that brings us together, and maybe also even give an example on how the focus on the wealth and the money might be a distraction or take the conversation off the rails in some cases?
Well, I'll start with this one, Ben. When it comes to wealth and education, especially in our particular community, we don't talk about it a lot because money has kind of been shunned on, because the people with money have created everything for us. If you go all the way back to 1906, you know, the Rockefellers and Rothschilds created, the General Education Board. And in that General Education Board is how they turned people that weren't necessarily wealthy like them into workers to boom the industrial period. And so they've used that all the way up through to now, not only just to hide it from the people of color, but to hide it to anybody that wasn't in the same social economic status as they were. And so now what has happened is that now we are having access
and I would say due to the internet and some other things, we're having access to get the same education that the Rockefellers and Rothschilds were taught back then, that they kept from everybody. Because a lot of people look at it and say that they just kept it from Black people. Well, they kept it from anybody that wasn't wealthy. So, and at that time, of course, you know, Black and Indigenous people, we weren't making the money that we needed to. And having that education is how we begin to change some of these generational curses, some of these generational spirits that are continuing to plague us, because we don't want to talk about money. You know, if you're poor, you don't want to talk about being poor. If you're rich, you don't want to talk about being rich. People are afraid of those conversations. And see, now is the time to have those conversations, because our children's children are going to be dealing with having wealth, because it's changed quite a bit for the Black and brown community now, where we have people that are in positions of power that have 7, 8, 9, 10 zeros in the bank account that can truly actually make a difference. So now it's pivotal for us to include that in the food and health portion of it, because if you notice, most of the people that are extremely wealthy, even when you see them on TV, most of them are fit and working out regularly. Why? Money's not an issue for them. They can buy anything that they want. They don't care that, you know, the organic food is $9 a pound, you know, to eat it. They're going to buy 10 pounds of it anyway.
I'll just jump in and say that the one thing I'll add to me that is a hopeful sign is that the conversation about wealth has gotten broader and more structural. As much as I think it's important for individuals to develop their financial literacy, the fact is we also have to know our history and do a reckoning with systems and structures that have created vast differences in wealth. I'm not talking about income, I'm talking about wealth, which has to do with generational transfer of funds, of money. And in Boston, for example, there's a report that came out a couple of years ago that talked about the differences in net wealth between Black households and white households. And Black households, the average net wealth was $8, and in white households, $247,500. And so we have to really understand the true nature of the problem, because diagnosis determines treatment. So if we're misdiagnosing the problem, then the treatment is not going to be appropriate to the scale and scope of what we're dealing with.
Right, absolutely. You know, along that note, we have another question that speaks specifically about collectives. You know, it's a word that a lot of us hear from time to time, but I think it would be helpful to explain a little bit more about what collectives are. And the specific question here is, how do we form collectives, and what are the necessary pieces and building blocks of forming a collective?
Mr. Ben CEO, I'm gonna let you tackle that one first, because you're the king of collectives.
Well, the piece around collectives, any kind of collectives, is folks, you're entering into kind of it's a covenanting relationship. So we all have to have some degree of trust and develop some kind of container or ground rules in which we're going to be community together. And I think this gets to the heart of some of what you heard in the conversation about how the barriers make it hard to form collectives. Because if the system is set up in such a way where we don't see each other we're not in it together, but we're seeing each other as competition, then we're not going to form collectives. So the fact of the matter is there has to be a willingness and openness to want to do collective work, but also calling out the issues that make it hard to be in community together. And we talked about, you didn't see, this is the outtakes. I got a little preacher
right,
and talked about the idea of, any kind of healing that happens when you look at the Bible in terms of exorcisms. The first thing you have to do is call out the demon. What is your name? So part of entering into collective, I think, requires us to say, what is the name of the issue that is preventing us from being in community together and loving each other and having each other's back? And if we can acknowledge what that demon or what that issue is, I think it's more likely that we are going to form that beloved community that I think a lot of us really truly want at heart. Because justice is not a singular, it's not an individual pursuit. It requires a village, it requires community, because this is hard work. This challenges us at our very core, and we need each other to stay in the fight.
Right.
Man, Ben, you couldn't have said it better. I mean, collectives, it goes down to what the word means. It's cooperation, it's communication. And a lot of times, collectives turn into cliques. And the problem with the cliques is that the cliques won't talk to each other. And again, we're back at the beginning with the communication. In order to form that collective, a lot of people have to humble themselves, lower some of those egos, and be willing to have those open conversations about different things that they don't want to talk about. Often, I know with us Black and brown people, when we have a white superior, a lot of times we'll overlook a lot of things that they do, as opposed to stepping up and telling them, no, that's wrong. Or a fellow person stepping up and saying, hey, you know what? That's not the way you need to address him in that manner because of what has been taught. And collectively, with the collective, the best way is, if we're going to all be inclusive, it's got to start in our home. It's got to start with our children. It's got to start with our spouses. It's got to start with our neighbors, because you could take 5 people internally and turn 5 people into 50,000. Because they say you can effectively manage 5 people in a business anyway. So if you can effectively find 5 people to link up with that's going to be strong enough and powerful enough to build this collective, see, they're going to find their 5 people. They're going to find their 5 people. Ben's going to find his 5 people. Michael, you're going to find your 5 people. And all it is going to turn into a domino effect, because all us originators are on the same page and have that same collective. A lot of times there's many of us that do volunteer work and don't include our children or our spouse. We just go do it. I posed a question in one of the other chats about that. Said, when they were talking about it, I said, well, chefs, do we include our family when we do these things? Is it just us going out? To form that collective, it's got to start internally, and it's got to start in your home. Your family has to be on the same page of understanding that Black and brown people, we've been oppressed. We're not going to complain about being oppressed. We're going to not compete with one another. We're going to complete each other. And that's the best way to form that collective, starting internally, and everything that Ben said was spot on.
Excellent, excellent. So yeah, I mean, we're getting a lot of feedback that supports what's being said here. We have one comment that came in a few seconds ago about being able to find common ground and negotiate a compromise being so important to starting collectives. And our priorities may vary based on individual experience, but not being able to negotiate with that emotional intelligence with the comprehensive approach is integral. So, we go back to things that Chef Andre, implicit is that this idea of ego. Being able to have the emotional intelligence a lot of times means being able to put my ego in check, or being able to talk about the situation from what you need. And, recognizing that, me helping you out is helping myself out too, reinforcing that collective accountability that's necessary for a collective. So let's see, we have another question here. This is actually, if I can just switch back and look at an earlier comment, Brother Perkins, you talked about naming the name of the demon, and we actually have quite a few comments that can build on that. But the one I think that sums up a lot of this is structural racism, and the structural racism, it affects how we first of all, it affects how we see ourselves, right? How we see ourselves, how we see our brother or sister, how we see or even perceive the oppressor, what the oppressor is, and how, enmeshed we are into the oppressor system to the point that we have to compromise or maybe sacrifice our collective opportunity, so that my personal opportunity isn't, somehow minimized or mitigated because I'm in the system. For example, in terms of going for money, there, especially in the nonprofit world, this whole idea of competing in silos, and you may have a food bank at your church or school. Someone may else have a food distribution center in the community, but we both end up competing for the same money, as opposed to working together to do something that will probably benefit our community as a whole in a different way. So what experience, what insights can you offer into how can we break down those barriers, operate out of those silos, and really put the kind of investment into each other that would help to take us to the next level at every level?
Yeah, those are all really powerful points. So I have this saying. It says silos are good for corn, but not liberation. So just remember that. So we are in a moment, and it's this kind of moment that doesn't come around that often. And I'm afraid that actually this moment or this window might close soon with the upcoming regime change. But there seems to be an appetite for the structural conversation at all levels. And I mean, even funders are a lot more open to solutions that are addressing structural issues. And so part of it, I think, is as a collective putting pressure on funders in terms of challenging funders in how they fund programs, how they fund organizations, so that the organizations coming together and saying to a funder, we think you need to be funding in a different way. You need to be funding collective impact efforts, for example. This whole sort of framework around collective impact is the idea that social problems need a variety of actors to address them. So it's not the one big colossus organization on the block that always knows how to write the right kinds of proposal. Usually they're white organizations, and they're always getting the money to say, no, you need to do this differently, and to really push back. There are some folks out there, in particular, I think of this brother at the Keenan Foundation down in North Carolina, Dr. Dorian Burton, who talks about the difference between philanthropy and justice. And he's the associate director of the Keenan Foundation, is somebody who goes on the circuit and talks a lot about this. So identifying folks and different funders out there who are thinking about this differently is certainly key. But also, I think just even the way we look at funding opportunities, to really think about, like, how many people can we bring on board to this? And again, sort of challenging the funders. And especially, I'm thinking, because I work in the world of public health and programs, those are some of the strategies that I think about, particularly now, because like I said, I think we're in this unique moment where there's a receptivity to a lot of, to doing things differently. And like I said, I don't know how long that's going to last. So right now, the time is now. You strike while the iron is hot. So those are just some of my thoughts about how to approach it.
Definitely. I'll keep mine short and to the point. I have a saying, perfection is the goal, progress is the expectation, right? We know we're never going to get to that point of perfection, but we've got to move forward in progress. And sometimes that takes somebody to be the, what's the old phrase, be the bigger person. So a lot of times you got two, we were talking about working together where you had a food pantry that had one thing and the food pantry on the other end, and they're competing for the same funding. It's going to take one of them to humble themselves to understand that we're not competing, we're completing. We can help more collectively than we can individually. I don't care how big your food bank is. You could have, a Minnie's food pantry and some of the North Texas food pantries that could feed, thousands, but if they combine together, they could feed 10,000s. And sometimes people have to, again, lower themselves. And to go after that funding, it's always better collectively than individually. If you've got more people that rally behind you, more people willing to put in the work to ask, more people that are unafraid and unapologetic in their beliefs in going forward and want to teach, build, and really be a part of this movement, it's not as difficult as when it's just one person. See, myself, I could go do it. Ben could go do it, but me and Ben together, could tackle 1,000 more than each one individual. So that's probably what I would say, in combining, the two different food pantries or the people that are competing for the same dollars. You could get more if you were working together, if you were working to complete each other.
And I'll just jump in and sort of put an exclamation point on what Chef Aundre was saying, which I think at the heart of this is a vision that is about equity. And so if I'm approaching this from an equity or justice lens, it's not competition. It's about this idea of the collective and supporting each other, because the spirit of equity is about the idea of a rising tide lifting all boats. And so we truly believe that. And that's a word that's out there a lot. So I think we need to leverage the heaven and hell out of it in terms of our conversations and how we approach it, because I think at the core of it, again, is the power of the collective. Because I think the way the system is structured, or historically has been structured, we compete against each other for resources, as opposed, and it's not a bug, it's a feature of the system. And if we're talking about being subversive, we've got to blow that whole sort of notion of competition up and say, hey, we're not going to do it this way anymore. And I guarantee you, if enough of us said that, then folks are going to listen. The funders will listen.
Most definitely.
Excellent. Gentlemen, we are near the end of our Q&A session. I do have one more question. I think we have time for maybe one of you to answer in about 1 minute, or y'all can split up that time. But I do want to give it some voice, and then we're going to have to, cut it pretty, close to that. But the question is, how do those of us in public health leadership and community health partner with chefs to bring this knowledge and awareness of food to the health and prevention space? And like I said, we got about 1 minute.
Well, I would start, if you're in the public health space, start with the 5 most influential chefs that is in your area. Speak with them, sit down and have a discussion, map out a plan to go through it, and be disciplined in executing it. That would probably be my first. If it was me in the public health sector, that's what I would do first. Find the 5 hottest chefs in that area. Let's sit down and talk.
Cool. Thank you. Brother Perkins?
That sounds good.
Go with that. That's it.
That's how I got here. It's just
okay.
A conversation.
Right.
Alex reached out to me. It's like, yeah, I'm game. So, and now I've got these amazing friendships, and who knows what'll come of it.
Great.
Can't wait for my trip to Boston, Ben. I'll be seeing you soon, my friend.
Yes.
Well, thank you both. And we appreciate all the other panelists. I know we're having some technical issues, and we really appreciate both of you and all of us who are viewing the discussions and participating online. We appreciate your participation. We appreciate you being here with us. We appreciate your support. We ask you to go back and make a donation to BCA Global. If you can't donate money, there are ways to donate time. Please email info@bcaglobal.org. And with no further ado, we're going to be going into our next session, which is Food Justice Jeopardy. You may experience a brief few-second delay between the close of this Q&A and the start, but it will be up directly And again, thank you for your support. We look forward to continuing a great day.
Shout out to Blue Cut. Appreciate the face mask.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Gary Simpson, and I'm Senior VP of Sales for Hobart Food Service Equipment. This year, we're again honored to sponsor BCA Global as a partner and celebrate, albeit virtually, community resilience and food justice. This is an important partnership towards supporting diversity, not only in our industry, but also the communities we serve. I want to welcome each and every one of you to these important conversations as we explore food, race, and social justice, as well as raise support for an important cause. As a longtime supporter, longtime sponsor, we're committed to the sense that a community that celebrates health and resilience is a vibrant one. The key industry segments Hobart is present in, such as healthcare and colleges and universities and K through 12, all are represented by a very diverse workforce and very diverse communities, which is one of the reasons why diversity is at the center of our core principles. Please join and lend your support as we celebrate together these important conversations. I look forward to seeing all of you there. Thanks for now, and see you soon. Take care.
Hello, my name is Lynn House, National Spirit Specialist and Portfolio Mixologist for Deep Eddy Vodka, and I'm super excited to be sharing this fabulous holiday-inspired cocktail with you. It is my Caribbean Ivy. So on my travels to St. Croix and to Cuba and Puerto Rico, one of the cuisines I got to enjoy all over the place was jerk. One of the most predominant flavors is going to be thyme. So I wanted to bring some thyme into this cocktail, bring a little coconut, and of course bring a little holiday flair into it. So let's get started with our cocktail. First, we're going to take the juice of half a lime, which is about a ½ ounce of lime juice, and we're going to squeeze this into our mixing glass or mixing tin, depending upon what you have at home. And we're going to take some thyme, so T-H-Y-M-E, right? I have a couple of thyme sprigs here, and I'm going to put that right directly into my mixing glass, and then I'm going to take my muddler right here. This is going to be kind of like making a cocktail pesto, and just give it a little gentle crush. And the reason why I'm doing that, and I'm doing it with the lime juice will actually help extract some of the oils from the thyme. And of course, by muddling it, the oils will release from the leaves, and that's going to bring a really beautiful, slightly earthy flavor to this cocktail. So just about 5 turns is all you need. And then we're going to bring in even a little more kind of tropical flair to this. I've got some coconut water here. I prefer this to coconut cream just because it's lighter, really crisp, has a really nice salinity to it. And we're going to add 1.5 ounces of coconut water to this cocktail. Now, we need to bring in a little bit of sweet. I wanted to continue to bring in some of those flavors that you do see in jerk seasonings. So we're going to use a ginger liqueur, and we're going to use Demain de Canton. Really beautiful French ginger liqueur. This is a cognac base. It has ginger, Tahitian vanilla bean, and it's sweetened with honey. It's completely all natural, low calorie, gluten-free. I love working with this product because it does bring that subtle spice to a cocktail without making it over sweet. And of course the honey just adds some really nice texture to it. So now we need to bring in that red, that little bit of holiday flair. So we're going to do the Deep Eddy Vodka Cranberry. One of the few cranberry vodkas out there. Again, completely all natural, sweetened with pure cane sugar. We use whole cranberries to make this an all natural, really beautiful vodka. So we did 1.5 ounces of that. So it's super easy. ½ ounce lime, and then 1.5 ounces of the coconut water, the Demain de Canton, and the Deep Eddy Cranberry. We muddled some of that beautiful thyme in there. I already have a tin filled with ice. And this cocktail is going to get shaken. People always like to ask, when do you shake a cocktail? When do you stir a cocktail, even if you're serving it up or on the rocks? If you're mixing with ingredients that are non-alcoholic, you definitely want to shake. If you're mixing with all alcoholic ingredients, so say like a Manhattan or a martini, you want to stir so you don't bruise the vodka. So we're going to shake this cocktail so these ingredients can get really nicely and intertwined. I can smell the thyme, the ginger, the coconut. Really beautiful. Now we're going to do a little technique. It's slightly fancy but very easy to do. Another bar tool I like to have at home is this. This is my tea strainer. And because there are some bits from the ice, we're serving this up, as well as bits from the thyme that we used in here. We're just going to pour into our cocktail glass through the tea strainer. And this will actually strain out the ice chips, strain out the thyme, just give you a really nice, beautiful, clean, fresh cocktail. And we're going to garnish with just a little fresh sprig of thyme. I'm going to give it a gentle smack against my arm. What that does is it just opens up the aromatics so that when you go into nose it, you have it. And here you go. The Caribbean Ivy. Cheers.
Hi, my name is Chef Alex Askew, and I want to welcome every one of you to Food Justice Jeopardy. In some regards, this is to pay respect to Alex Trebek and continue on his legacy. This is a perfect game for us to actually interactively learn about food justice and some of those things that impact not only us as individuals, but as families and communities. So without further ado, I want to introduce our starred contestants on BCA Global's Food Justice Jeopardy. I want to start with Tanisha Malcolm-Wint, who is a community leader and philanthropist at T&M Consulting, LLC. Her personal mission statement is only a life lived in the service of others is worth living. Currently, she serves as the Director of Urban Programs for the Nature Conservancy, one of the most effective and wide-reaching environmental organizations in the world. Welcome, Tanisha. Can you please tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Thank you, Alex, and so happy to be on today's show. I'm so excited to be with you all today and wanted to just share that my passion for food justice is to make sure that communities and people have the right and access to grow, sell, and otherwise have sufficient, healthy, and fresh food. Pleasure to join you.
So tell us, Tanisha, what is your connection and why is food justice important to you?
Thank you, Alex. Food justice is extremely important to me, particularly in communities where there are a high population of Brown and Black people. Food justice is important to me because I believe it is important that every community have the right to have easy access to grow, sell, and maintain spaces for healthy, fresh food.
Thank you so much. And that is really, really a powerful statement that everyone in the community needs to understand. Thank you, Tanisha. Next, we have Audris B. Torres. She's a South Jersey born, North Philadelphia raised, Newark, New Jersey purposed, freelance operations and strategy consultant, founder of Newark Votes and community leader, as well as co-owner of the drink and beverage lifestyle brand, Colada Queens. Welcome, Audris. Please tell us a little more about yourself.
Hi, Alex. Thank you so much for having me here. I truly feel blessed being here. Yep, my mission is to serve and empower communities of color and to increase their knowledge in food access, economic development, education, and in leadership.
Thank you, Audris, and thank you for being part of the show. And last but not least, we have a special guest who's flied in on a private charter to be part of this show. He was so passionate about being a contestant. I want to introduce you to Brandon Wilson, and he's a local native. But Brandon, please tell us about yourself and what your passion linked to food justice is.
Thank you, Alex. Thanks for introducing me. But as you said, my name is Brandon, and I'm a video producer with BCA Global. And I definitely wanted to be a part of the game because I think that food justice is so important, especially in an impoverished community. I think that access to a healthy lifestyle is important for longevity and wealth. And so I decided that I wanted to be a part however I could. And so this game is a great opportunity for that.
Well, thank you, Brandon. And thank you for being a participant and contestant on the show. So everyone knows how to play Jeopardy. It's not much different playing Food Justice Jeopardy. It's just the prompt questions and the answers have been customized with food justice in mind. So we'll get right to the game, and the fun is about to begin. Well, let's get to our show. I'm excited. I know our contestants are. And so everyone get ready for Food Justice Jeopardy.
This is Jeopardy!
Hey, welcome back to Food Justice Jeopardy. We're excited to get the game on its way. And I wanted to introduce the actual categories that are going to be the focus of today's show. We have 101, those are the basics. Wild card, that could be anything. MEBC, get involved, and finally, BCA Global. So we will actually randomly pick individuals to go first, and I'm going to pick Tanisha to go first. Tanisha, please do.
I'll start with the basics, Alex, and I will take 101 for 100, please.
101 for 100. It is any inequality within the food system.
I'll take that, Alex, if I can.
Go ahead.
What is food justice?
What is food injustice? That would be correct.
Thank you, Alex.
All right. Next. Tanisha, you got the last one correct?
Yes.
You can go again.
I will take get involved for 400, please, Alex.
Get involved for 400. This type of pantry is always looking for volunteers. Tanisha?
What is church pantry?
That is, let's check with our judges. There is a better answer. Would someone else like to go?
I'll steal.
Yes, Audris.
What is a food pantry?
What is a food pantry? That is correct. Audris, you got the right answer on the last question answer. You can pick the next one.
Thank you, Alex. My next, BCA Global for 300.
BCA Global for 300. The first Black graduate of the Culinary Institute of America in 1948. Brandon?
I don't think I know this one, Alex. I'm sorry.
Audris?
Who is Jefferson Evans?
Jefferson Evans. That is correct. Audris, pick the next one again. You got the last answer correct.
Okay, I pick wild card for 200. Alex.
Wild card for 200. How many U.S. students experience food insecurity? Brandon?
What is 1 in 6, Alex?
What is 1 in 6? That is correct. And that is a very, very concerning statistic. Brandon?
Truly.
Since you've got the last one correct, what are you looking at?
Let's do wild card for 300, Alex.
Wild card for 300. These fruits are good examples: strawberries, watermelon, and cherries. Tanisha, we haven't heard from you in a bit.
What are foods with antioxidants?
That is correct. We'll put you on the scoreboard. Okay, Tanisha, you can select the next one.
I will go for BCA Global for 400, Alex.
BCA Global for 400. BCA Global is America's first and oldest organization, food, race, and social justice for over how many years? Audris?
What is 50 years?
That is incorrect. Brandon?
What is over 25 years?
That is correct. Brandon, you get to pick the next.
All right. Also, I'm missing some points, Alex. And let's see. I'm going back with wild card for 400.
Wild card for 400. The price of these has risen 75% between 1989 and 2005.
Oh, I know.
Me too.
Audris, this is going to be a host error, but Audris, please.
What are fruits and vegetables?
What are fruits and vegetables? That is correct. And would you like to pick the next one?
Yes, I pick BCA Global for 500, please.
500. This person founded the first club for students of color at the Culinary Institute, still in existence today. I might know this person. Tanisha?
Who is the distinguished Alex Askew?
That is correct. How did you know?
I know good people, Alex.
That's great. And so let's put that on the scoreboard as well. And right now, let's take a look. We have Tanisha at 900, Audris at 800, and Brandon, you have some catching up to do at 400.
A little bit, just a little bit.
All right. Well, let's give it some effort. And Tanisha, will ask you to select again.
Yes, I will go with MEBC for 400, please, Alex.
The type of farming is typically done in very populated areas. Brandon, we'll give you a chance to catch up.
I don't think this is going to be my chance, Alex. I don't have this one.
Okay. Audris?
What are urban farms?
What are urban farms? That is correct.
Woo!
And now you are the leader with 1,200 points. Let's continue. Or just please pick the next one.
Let's stay in MEBC and do 200.
MEBC for 200. MEBC stands for what? Brandon?
What is mindful eating for the beloved community?
That is correct. I'm sure you've seen those books around the office. Brandon, we'll ask you to choose the next one since you answered correctly.
All right, I am going to go with 101 for 200.
101 for 200. It is equal access to healthy, affordable, and culturally appropriate foods. Brandon, we'll give you another shot.
Is food security, Alex?
What is food security? Brandon is back in the game and is just a little behind our second place, Tanisha. Brandon, please select again as you had the last correct answer.
All right. I think think I'm going to stick with what I know. Let's go with 101 for 300.
101 for 300. It is an area that lacks a sustainable supply of healthy and fresh foods. Audris?
What is a food desert?
What is a food desert is correct. And Audris has a commanding lead of 1,500. Audris, great job.
Thank you.
Please pick the next one.
Let's do get involved for 500.
Whoa, big numbers here. These vegetables can easily be grown indoors or on a windowsill to give anyone a green thumb. Tanisha?
What are tomatoes?
What are tomatoes is correct. Woo. And now we have almost a tie between Tanisha and Audris. Brandon, still a little bit of catching up to do.
Watch your backs, everybody. I'm coming.
All right. Okay, Tanisha, please. Pick the
I
next
will go with wild card for 100, please, Alex.
The leading cause of death in the U.S. Brandon?
The leading cause of death in the U.S. I don't think I know this one. I'm sorry, Alex.
Audris?
What is obesity?
That would be incorrect. Tanisha?
What is GMO?
That is also incorrect. And the answer is, what is heart disease? That is, what is heart disease? A bad ticker. So no one got that correct. We'll move on to the next one. And Brandon, you choose the next one.
All right, I am going with wild card for 500.
Okay. This type of cabbage and juice has been known to treat ulcers. Brandon?
What is red cabbage, Alex?
That is correct. And Brandon, now you are almost in a tie with.
Welcome back.
I'm telling you.
And Audris.
We gotta
job.
start
was
getting
getting
some
low.
red cabbage for you, Brandon.
It was getting lonely at the bottom.
Well, you started from the bottom, now you're here.
All right, Brandon, you get a chance to select next.
All right, let's go with get involved for 100.
Get involved for 100. They are pieces of land cultivated or gardened by a collective group of people living in the area. Tanisha?
What are my favorite places to be? Community gardens.
That is correct. And Tanisha is now tied for the lead. Great job, Tanisha. This is coming down to be a real tight one. Tanisha, would you like to select the next one?
Yes, please, Alex. I'm gonna go with BCA Global for 100.
BCA Global for 100.
Yes.
BCA Global core mission is focused on Audris?
Who are Black, Indigenous, people of color food professions?
That is correct. Who are BIPOC food professionals? And BIPOC is Black, Indigenous, people of color, a phrase that is moving all food collectives into one framework. Great job. You've got the last one correct, and so please select again.
Let's do MEBC for 300, please, Alex.
MEBC for 300. Who popularized the phrase beloved community? Brandon?
Let's go with who is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.?
That is correct. And Brandon, now is the leader. Brandon, great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Coming from behind. All right. Well, Brandon, you got the last one correct. So please select right now.
Let's go with 101 for 500, Alex.
101 for 500. The responsible use of a resource so that it is not depleted or damaged. Audrey?
What is recycling?
That is incorrect.
Oh.
Tanisha?
What is sustainability?
What is sustainability is correct. And now we have, let's look at our totals here. We have Tanisha at 2,000, Audrey at 1,500, and Brandon in second place at 1,600. This is going
the spotlight.
This is going to be a tight one. All right, Tanisha. 6 left. You select the next one.
I think I will go with BCA Global for 200, please, Alex.
BCA Global for 200. They are public markets that sell fresh farm produce. Was that the right one?
No.
Gorgeous?
What are farmer markets?
What are farmers markets? That's correct.
Hey.
Okay, you can pick the next one.
Let's do get involved for 300.
Get involved for 300. Is a network of individuals who support a local farm in return for a share of the harvest. Brandon.
What is a food market?
That is incorrect. Audrey?
What is a CSA?
What is a CSA, commonly known as a community-supported agriculture group? That is correct. And so now we have Audrey in second place with 1,800 points. Audrey, you got the last one correct. Please select the next one.
Let's finish out 101 with 400.
101 with 400. It is a lack of healthy foods or an excessive intake of unhealthy foods in the diet. Brandon, let's give you an opportunity to catch up.
What is malnutrition, Alex?
Malnutrition. That is correct. And now Brandon is tied for the lead with 2,000 points. Great job, Brandon. Brandon, there's three left on the board. Please select the next one.
I think originally somebody asked for BCA Global for 200, so let's go with that.
Okay. That would be a typical host error. BCA Global for 200. This culinary school was the prerequisite and catalyst for forming BCA Global. Audrey?
Alex, I'm not sure.
Okay, Tanisha?
What is the Culinary Institute of America?
That is correct. What is the Culinary Institute of America? My alma mater. Okay, well, Tanisha, 2 left. Which one would you like to select?
I'm gonna go for the big one. I'm gonna go MBBC for 500, please, Alex.
SDOH is a common phrase in community health and stands for what? Brandon?
I'm sorry, Alex, I don't have this one.
Audrey?
What are social determinants of health?
That is correct.
Woo!
And Audris now is in the lead with 2,300. One more left. And Audris, please select.
I think I'm going to take MEBC for 100.
An obvious choice. Genetically modified organism is also called what? And I will, let's see. Brandon, it'll give you a chance to catch up.
Genetically modified organism is also called it's on the top tip of my tongue, but yeah, I'm gonna have to pass. Sorry, Alex, I don't think I have this.
Okay, Tanisha?
GMO.
What is a GMO? That is correct.
Ooh.
And now we have a tie at 2,300 points with Tanisha and Audris and Brandon coming in a close second with 2,000. So now we'll have two grand prize winners. So thank you everyone for joining us for Food Justice Jeopardy. I hope you had a good time as well as us and all of our contestants. I'd like to thank again Tanisha Malcolm Wint, Audris Torres, and Brandon Wilson. And I also would like to add that this segment, Food Justice Jeopardy, was generously sponsored by Ultimate Wireless. And we appreciate all the work Damon has done over the years, working with us for in-kind sponsorship support. And all of our contestants will be receiving a prize, with our winners getting a grand prize. So thank you so much again. And we're looking forward to everyone engaging in community service and building health and resilience in our own communities. This is Chef Alex Askew. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chef Alex, and our contestants for Food Justice Jeopardy. We are well into our afternoon, and we are moving quite along in a very well, at a really good pace. One, I want to thank everybody for their patience and participation. We are getting some great feedback in the chat and are really looking forward to continuing this conversation. I want to encourage everyone. I want to bring your attention to a couple things. We have a few minutes before our next panel discussion. So the first thing I want to do is bring your attention to the reception page. If you look on the left side of your screen, there's a button that says reception. On that reception, you can find links to our donate page for our annual fund, and also a link to a fundraiser that we are doing in support of our signature program this year, which is mindful eating for the beloved community. And as you've seen through the presentations throughout the afternoon, this idea of mindful eating is so critical to the work that we're doing individually and collectively. It's also important as a basis for building upon the foundation set by Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King a generation ago, actually almost 2 generations ago, that has a community where every individual's self-interest is in the community's interest and well-being as well. And that's such a key principle to what we're doing here at BCA Global. BCA Global is also been recognized recently for its work. The Hilton Effects Fund, the Hilton Effects Foundation, awarded 25 organizations globally for their work in diversity and bringing social change in the food system. And we're really happy to announce that BCA Global was one of those 25 organizations in the world that has been recognized with this honor. The work that BCA Global does is not easy work. It's very painstaking. As some of the chefs and panelists have said today, that it requires a lot of sacrifice and time and money, often with our families, oftentimes our well-being. But it's work that we believe in, that we do with passion, because we do believe in the opportunity to bring people together through food, to solve problems over food, and to really take advantage of the economic, social, and spiritual opportunities that exist as we become more intentional, more involved, and more engaged in our food system. And that's exactly the work that BCA Global does by training new chefs, providing mentorship opportunities, providing job placement and referral services, and providing that ongoing place where people can find resources, vent as need be, and more importantly, find someone who's been down the road that they're on right now. This organization is built on the idea of mentorship and reaching back and taking ownership for our own collective success in an industry that we are the foundation of, but we don't often necessarily get the respect or the accolades or the uplifting that our contribution to American cuisine and to global cuisine warrants. Let alone the impact that we have to building the restaurants, the food distribution centers, the actual entities that form the basis of our community and that are the support system for so many of us in good times and in bad times. We, as we all know, are in a very unprecedented time with COVID-19, and it's very clear that COVID is not impacting everybody equally. There's research that definitely shows how Black and brown people without resources are being impacted far more disproportionately in terms of mortality rates and in terms of infection rates. If you're working at line on the kitchen, or if you're a hostess or a host at a restaurant or working behind the bar, there is no working at home. There is no calling in and doing that by Skype or by Zoom. It requires a physical presence that oftentimes put people at risk, let alone the policies, for our health and for our collective well-being that are putting a serious financial struggle on us as restaurant owners, as people who work in restaurants and who love and care about and are passionate about this field and this industry. BCA Global is playing a leading role in supporting chefs, supporting restaurants as we can, supporting professionals of color in this field. Those of us who are in leadership in this field are having to make some hard choices right now. And BCA Global and its network of chefs and supporters and partners in the food and beverage industry have really been instrumental in taking the steps necessary publicly and privately in some cases to be that bastion of support, that foundation, and equally as important, the convener, bringing people together to have this kind of conversation. Food, race, social justice, things that many people may not always necessarily put together, but things that are both indicative of the systemic relationship of our oppression and our role opportunity in America as people who were, taking care of and basically building the foundation of this nation that wasn't and doesn't treat us with the same accord in many cases. But BCA Global and its partners and sponsors are showing a different way. They're showing a path to us working together and showing ways how we can work together differently. And we count on your support to do that. Please visit the reception page, take a moment to learn more about our programs, make a donation, reach out at info@bcaglobal.org if you want to find ways to volunteer and other non-financial ways to be supportive. And visit our website at bcaglobal.org to find more about the programs that we're doing, that we have been doing, and to learn more about our initiative, Mindful Eating for the Beloved Community. We've had the opportunity before COVID to do some really groundbreaking work in both Atlanta and Detroit, working with the urban farmers there, working with chefs there to produce a series of public events that deal with everything from healthy cooking to providing education and information like we are today about the history of Black and brown people in our food system, the sacrifices that we've made, the foundations that we've laid, and about the impact of the food system in our lives right now, and more importantly, the impact that we can have in changing that food system and addressing some of the dire concerns and quite frankly, the amazing opportunities that we have today to work together and individually. So again, we thank you for your support. We want to give an extremely big and huge shout out to the sponsors of this event. Sabra Dipping has been an amazing sponsor and supporter. Deep Eddy Vodka, Ultimate Wireless, Damascus Bakeries have all, and Hobart, please, let's not forget Hobart, and all of our supporters have been amazing, not just for their contributions to make this event possible, but throughout the year, providing guidance, providing assistance as we develop and hone our offerings here at BCA Global. They have been invaluable in terms of their patience, their dedication to the cause of social justice. And it's been dedication through commitment. It's been dedication through making resources available, and dedication through the time and the commitment of their staff, of their behind the scenes people to make something like this happen. We, again, are indebted and appreciate that support, as we are the support of all of our members, our chefs throughout the decades, our partners in the food and beverage industry, the restaurants, the workers, the young people that we've impacted and reached at our Mindful Eating for the Beloved Community events across the country, and all of our supporters across, wherever they may be. Most importantly, right now, we're thanking you for your time. This is a Saturday close to the holidays, and this kind of time commitment is important. It's a big commitment for all of us involved, and we really appreciate your support and your investment in what we're doing. We want to keep the comments going, keep the conversation rolling. We've had some really, really good feedback. There will be a transcript made available. Again, you can reach that at info@bcaglobal.org. And we look forward to hearing some continued feedback throughout the rest of the afternoon. And again, that's what really, really stands out for us. And you're making this time commitment today, showing your commitment to BCA Global and the work that we're doing, and really valuing the conversation that we're having on food, race, and social justice. It's a conversation that we can't have enough. It's a conversation that we all have the opportunity to take back into our social networks, into our professional networks, to educate ourselves and to educate each other with how our relationship to the food that we eat, who we buy that food from, where we invest our value, our time, our money in our relationship to our food system, and how all of those dynamics can amount to monumental change that each of us do individually every day with our families, with our friends, with our coworkers, and put us in a position to really be that change. It sounds stereotypical because I guess it is somewhat cliche to be the change that we want to see in the world. And we all have that opportunity right now. We all have that opportunity as professionals, as people who care about food, people who care about justice, people who care about urban communities, and people who are committed by demonstration of your show and your time and support here today, which we again are very thankful for. So again, I encourage you to reach out to your colleagues online, visit our reception area, visit BCAGlobal.org, visit the link to the Mindful Eating fundraiser, learn more about what we're doing, and stay engaged. This is very important work. The stakes are very high given where we are as a society, as a community, as Black and brown people, as people who are working to make a difference in the communities that we live in and in the world that we live in. Our next panel discussion focuses on that big picture. It's a conversation that's not necessarily mainstream, although we believe that it needs to be more mainstream, and we're doing what we can to make that happen. And that conversation is about the intersection of food, race, and climate change. There is actually well-documented science in all of those, the significance of food, the relationship of food and race, and the reality of climate change. I'm actually sitting here in Cleveland, Ohio right now on a balmy 50-degree day in December, which I can definitely say that anecdotally, that is not the Cleveland of my youth. And, I've seen and felt the change. Obviously, I am not a scientist, but there is science that is very clear about climate change, that the world now is very different than it has been 20 years ago. And more importantly, the world 20 years from now looks to be very different than it is right now. And the daily choices that we make around food, around environment, around how we work together, how we work with each other do make a difference, can make a difference. And they are making a difference, whether we're aware of it or not. And that's the beauty of this kind of work, that the work is being done. We eat every day. As I believe many of the chefs have said today, Phil Jones, Chef Blasingame, eating is a decision that we make every day. We don't often put as much thought into it because we don't have to, which is a luxury of our existence. But for those of us who do have to put thought into that, and for those of us who want to put more thought into it, there's a great opportunity to impact the world that we live in, our nation, our homes, our families, and most importantly, our own personal health, wealth, and justice. So with that, and no more ado, I'd like to introduce our next panel discussion, Food, Race, and Climate Change. Thank you, and look forward to seeing you at the end of this presentation.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to BCA's discussion on food, race, and climate change. Today, we'll have a conversation about the relationship, impact, and consequences between food, race, and climate change. I'm Karyn Bigelow, a research analyst and project manager at Bread for the World Institute. In my role, I do research around climate change, agriculture, and food security, and I put a special emphasis on issues of equity related to both race and gender. And today I'll be accompanied by Kelly Moltzen. She has a MPH as well as she is a registered dietitian, and we'll have this conversation as we continue through the night to talk about these issues and how they intersect with each other. Today, before we get to Kelly, I just wanted to go through kind of setting the framework for the day. And so if you can go to the next slide, please. So we're going to talk about malnutrition. This is something that is currently a growing issue. We've had issues of malnutrition for quite some time, and so for generations, and we see that it's a growing issue both here in the US and around the world. This is something where in the US specifically, we have over 40 million people who are considered to be food insecure. And we also find that in the US and globally that there's a growing issue of people being overweight and obese, and this is becoming a leading risk factor when it comes to global deaths, unfortunately. And this was true even before we experienced, COVID-19 in the world. And so this is something that, as we talk about food, we have to make sure that we're continuing the conversation about malnutrition and health. So as we talk about climate change, I just wanted to lift up and just generally talk about climate change. It is an issue where we see that we have greenhouse gases that are causing the issue. Primarily, we see that through the emission of carbon dioxide, but we also see it through other issues such as methane, which is often an issue that comes through the raising of livestock, specifically cows. And we also have issues with greenhouse gases related to nitrous oxide, In the United States, we find that the US is one of the biggest contributors to greenhouse gases. And so as we look at the issue of climate change, we know that every country is impacted by it, but not equally. And so with countries like the United States, we have a greater burden to make sure that we're addressing climate change because we are one of the biggest contributors to the issue. And then I want to talk about race in the United States specifically. We know that climate change, as I said in the previous slide, it impacts everyone in the US as well as globally. However, the impact of climate change is not felt equally. Climate change is disproportionately impacting communities of color. And so what we find is that people of color are impacted first and worst by this issue, meaning that when climate issues happen, whether it be related to food, whether it be related to natural disasters, or we see also slow trends of agriculture and different things changing, temperatures changing over time. What we find is that people of color in any area of the country are usually the first ones to feel the impact of it, mainly because of issues like where people live, as well as people of color are less likely to have the kind of safety net that many other communities have, primarily white communities may have, to be able to cope with the changes of climate change. And so not only are people of color, we are the first to experience it, but often the consequences for it tend to be worse. And then we will also talk about, related to food and race, about how people of color are twice as likely to experience hunger. And again, this is because of economic issues. This is due to systemic racism. And so all of these things kind of just compound in these social ills that happen. It compounds and it just makes communities of color more vulnerable towards shocks that can happen, you know, unexpected events that can happen. And so to compound matters, many people of color have already been living in communities that are impacted by environmental injustices. And we find that when climate change happens, certain events happen around climate change, it then just compounds the issue and it makes it so much worse. And so because of that, we find that people of color then are more likely to have health issues that are related to the compounding impacts of both environmental justice and climate change. And so what we find is that hunger increases, and so does malnutrition as well. Maybe that may be because people are less likely to be able to afford food when unexpected events happen. Also, you know, people may have illnesses that come up because of these things, or housing insecurity that comes up. And then often, unfortunately, people have to then choose between food and basic other necessities that they have to meet as well. And then also what I will say lastly about race is that in order for us to solve this issue around climate change and food and race, we have to make sure that we address this through a climate justice approach. And that means that for climate change, in order to address it and to make sure it's addressed in a way that is equitable and that everyone is able to bear the fruit of any work that we do, we have to make sure that it's people focused and that these issues that we have are addressing the specific needs of different populations. Meaning, for example, in Louisiana, when Hurricane Katrina happened, even though it impacted the whole city, not every district in the city felt the impacts. And so if a state like Louisiana, for example, is doing planning for future natural disasters that may be caused by climate change, then they'll make sure that they put extra resources and just extra people into those areas that are more likely to be hit, and also those areas that don't have the same means economically to be able to cope with any shocks or unexpected events that may happen. And so what we'll see is that as we talk about race, climate, and food, that all of these things intersection with how we eat. And so the intersection, agriculture produces 10 to 12% of global greenhouse gases. And so, and as I said before, the whole food system as a whole can be up to 30% of greenhouse gas emissions. And so what's on our plate actually has quite grave consequences at times when it comes to human health. And what we find is that not only is the production of our food and what we eat is causing greenhouse gases, so is what we throw away. And so when it comes to food, when we're talking about the farm, when we're talking about what's on the table and then what's in our waste bins, all of this is having a contribution towards climate change. And what we also find is that climate change then has consequences on our agriculture. And so when we talk about what we're eating, food, when it's being produced, is highly sensitive towards the environment around it. And it creates a demand for us when food can't be grown. And so there's a demand, and that means prices go higher, which means that low-income households are less likely to be able to continue to have nutritious meals. And what we also find, surprisingly, is that when we see that there's higher concentrations of carbon dioxide in the air, it actually lowers the nutritional density of vegetables. Saying it more simply, it means that food is not as healthy as it would be under normal conditions being grown. And so it actually means that even when people are trying to eat healthy, it means that they're not necessarily getting the same nutritional density that they need in order to thrive. And so what we see, or what I'm trying to describe here, is the cyclical relationship where we see that an unhealthy planet is then causing or contributing to an unhealthy food system. And in return, an unhealthy food system is also then creating an unhealthy planet. And unfortunately, what that means is that between the unhealthy planet, the unhealthy food system, this is then making other people unhealthy. And so as we look at addressing climate change in the future, we have to make sure that we're addressing issues looking at race and other issues of equity, but we also need to make sure that we are also looking at what's on our plate. It means that we need to, as professionals who deal with food security, that we do what we can do in order to contribute to this issue being addressed if we're ever going to see an end to malnutrition as well as an end to hunger. And so thank you for listening to me for this moment. I'm going to turn it over to Kelly Moltzen, who will then go deeper into this issue.
Great. Okay, so as Karyn explained very well already, the links between climate, food, and race, I'm just going to reiterate some of what she said and go into some more detail. And so 97% of scientists agree that climate change is caused by human greenhouse gas emissions. But though $1 billion has been spent by the fossil fuel industry on misleading climate-related branding and lobbying. And this is impacting, it's having devastating impacts across the planet. We're having global grain yields have declined 10% from heat waves and floods connected to climate change. And we're also having outbreaks of zoonotic diseases like we've seen this past year with COVID-19. There's a need to rapidly end emitting carbon while also scaling up sequestration, which can be done through regenerative agriculture. And food is the single strongest lever to optimize human health and environmental sustainability on Earth, but is currently threatening both people and planet. And this last sentence is from the Eat Lancet report, which I'm going to go into in more detail in the next slide. So the Eat Lancet report, it was created because the world's food system produces 1/4 of all planet warming greenhouse gases. And so the Eat Lancet Commission convened 37 leading scientists from 16 countries in various disciplines, including human health, agriculture, political sciences, and environmental sustainability. And they developed global scientific targets for healthy diets and sustainable food production. So the 2019 Eat Lancet report is the first full scientific review of what constitutes a healthy diet from a sustainable food system and what can be done to speed up food system transformation. It's the first attempt to set universal scientific targets for the food system that apply to all people and planet. As you can see in this plate that's divided like a pie chart, the ideal diet for planetary health is just a sliver of dairy and animal protein and fully half vegetables. Protein from plant sources should be much more than the protein from animal sources because meat is the highest source of greenhouse gas emissions, while beans and nuts are a source of protein that emits fewer greenhouse gas emissions to produce. Also, of note is how much of a sliver starchy vegetables should be. Keep in mind they are a much higher source of carbohydrates than green leafy vegetables. The Eat Lancet report says transformation to healthy diets by 2050 will require substantial dietary shifts. Global consumption of fruits, vegetables, nuts, and legumes will have to double, and consumption of foods such as red meat and sugar will have to be reduced by more than 50%. A diet rich in plant-based foods and with fewer animal source foods confers both improved health and environmental benefits. So, however, as you can see in North America, the gap between what people are currently consuming and the Eat Lancet recommendations is huge, with Americans consuming more red meat, starchy vegetables, eggs, poultry, and dairy than we should, and less fish, vegetables, fruit, legumes, whole grains, and nuts. So everything that fits within the circle is what we should be eating, and everything outside the circle is what we're eating too much of. According to the Bread for the World 2020 Hunger Report, livestock production adds more greenhouse gases to the atmosphere than the entire global transportation sector. Most of this is from beef cattle. Also, these emissions include methane, one of the most potent greenhouse gases. The industrial food system relies on petrochemical-based synthetic fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides to produce feed grain for livestock. And worldwide, livestock consume 1/3 of all the grain produced. And in some countries, such as the US, the share of crops used as animal feed is even higher. But this is all largely unnecessary. Crops produced could instead be used to feed people directly. Most people in high-income countries consume more than enough animal protein, so much that it actually contributes to many diet-related diseases. In the US, the average person eats 220 pounds of meat every year. If the whole global population sought to consume this much, the world would run out of land to grow it. Animal agriculture would require roughly twice as much land as the Earth's total habitable land. So according to a 2020 study by Dr. Joe Bozeman and his colleagues in Chicago, not only do Americans not eat the Eat Lancet criteria overall, but there are disparities across racial and ethnic subgroups. His study looked at 2-day dietary recall data from 24,000 Americans, looking specifically at Black, Latino, and white Americans, who together comprise 92% of the US population. The researchers also calculated food consumption impacts on on land, greenhouse gases, and water from various foods. Breaking the Eat Lancet report into 12 criteria, overall Americans meet 8 out of the 12 criteria, and anything less than 12 out of 12 has a negative impact on human nutrition and environmental health. As in line with the overall Eat Lancet report, the categories that Americans did not meet overall were too low in vegetables and nuts, and too high in beef, lamb, and pork, and added sugars. The beef, lamb, and pork category shows consumption at a rate more than double its diet score threshold, and the peanuts or tree nuts component is also consumed at a rate that is roughly 6 times less than its criterion threshold. Also, the added sugars component is consumed at a rate more than double its criterion threshold. However, breaking into racial and ethnic subgroups, white Americans were able to meet 9 of the 12 criteria, where Black and Latino Americans were only able to meet 7 of the 12 criteria. White people, represented in the graph by the rightmost column in each set of 3 columns here, were above in their intake of beef, lamb, and pork, below for nuts, and above for added sugars. They meet the vegetables criterion, but have the highest beef, lamb, and pork consumption rate on average. Black people, represented in the graph on the leftmost column in each set of 3 columns, in addition to not meeting the criteria for beef, lamb, and pork, nuts, and sugars, are below in the diet score component criterion for vegetables and above for poultry. Across subgroups, Black people have the lowest vegetable and nut intake. Latino people, represented in the graph by the middle column, each of the 3 columns, is in addition to not meeting the criteria for beef, lamb, pork, nuts, and sugars, is also below the criterion for vegetables, while they're above for eggs. While white people meet more criteria than Blacks and Latinos, they also have the highest food consumption impact in greenhouse gases and water compared with their Black and Latino counterparts, so would have the largest net percentage reductions in land, greenhouse gases, and water food consumption impacts after satisfying all criteria. As can be seen in this graph, in terms of what changes would decrease food consumption impact substantially, only the beef, lamb, and pork component, which is the reddish brown color, would have a significant impact. Livestock production is responsible for 18% of greenhouse gas emissions, and in addition, deforestation, due to clearing land for cattle ranching, decreases our ability to absorb carbon dioxide, and decreases biodiversity. 65% of the loss of the Amazon has been attributed to cattle ranching. Pork production also has a negative impact on Black and Brown communities. Industrial pig farms harm the environment and health of those who work and live nearby. These pig farms are responsible for both air and water pollution, mostly due to the manure lagoons they create to hold the enormous amount of waste from the thousands of pigs being raised for food. Residents who live near these factory farms often have respiratory issues, along with the decline in the quality of life and increased incidence of depression, tension, anger, confusion, and fatigue. Shifting dietary intakes to meet the criteria could reduce environmental degradation between 28 and 38%. Black and Latino groups do not meet as many of the criteria as whites, including not consuming enough vegetables, as structural and socioeconomic factors make it more difficult for these groups to be able to make choices that are better for their health and the environment. Historical injustices have significantly contributed to inequities in socioeconomic status, dietary intake, and diet-related health outcomes in the US, such that Blacks and Latino people have substantially lower household incomes, educational attainment, and higher risk of diet-related diseases compared to their white counterparts. To demonstrate the overlap between race, poverty, diet, and health outcomes, I want to briefly show you a series of maps in New York City. Notice that the dark green areas on this map show the highest non-white population in the Bronx, northern Manhattan, and north and central Brooklyn. This map shows similar geographic areas as the non-white populations, having the highest poverty rates, as you can see by the dark red color here. Dark red again shows the lowest fruit and vegetable consumption rates occurring in roughly the same areas as non-white communities and high poverty rates. Blacks and Latino people consume more energy dense and less healthy foods due to what they have access to. Low-income Americans experience barriers to purchasing or eating plant-based foods. Also, food marketing is disproportionately for unhealthy foods and beverages, and marketing for these products is targeted to Black and Hispanic communities, especially youth. Processed foods also account for the highest greenhouse gases. Between processing, packaging, transporting, refrigeration, and retail, the industrial food system accounts for about half of all greenhouse gases. Currently, we have what food justice activist Karen Washington calls food apartheid. Deserts are natural, so many people impacted by food justice issues prefer the term food apartheid to food deserts because the injustices that have been set up are not natural, they were human created. Here, you can see that the highest rates of sugary drink consumption are in these same communities, as we saw with the poverty, racial ethnic breakdown, and the low fruit and vegetable consumption. Furthermore, coinciding with the non-white population's high poverty, low fruit and vegetable consumption, and high sugary drink consumption, these areas also have the highest rates of avoidable diabetes hospitalizations. If I were to show you maps of poor air quality and high asthma rates, you would notice a similar pattern. Dr. Bozeman and his colleagues note that the US policymakers should take steps to ensure citizens adhere to the Eat Lancet criteria for three primary reasons. Agricultural activities for food production have a significant impact on the environmental resources, including greenhouse gas emissions. Two, the US is one of the largest greenhouse gas emitting countries per capita and cumulatively in the world. And three, evaluating environmental impacts of individual dietary data within countries is needed for population subgroups, especially disadvantaged groups. Currently, global trends in natural resource use and dietary intake cannot continue without risking the destabilization of vital ecosystem services. Overall, recommendations are to reduce red meat consumption, increase intake of plant-based protein sources such as nuts, consume less sugar, and increase produce intake, especially vegetables. Dietary interventions targeting marginalized subgroups should promote health, equity, and ecological sustainability while being culturally appropriate. Health policy and behavioral change measures aimed at shifting American diets toward more health and sustainability would be made more effective by considering inequities in socioeconomic status. Food pricing, subsidies, and taxes have been researched and developed as policy and behavioral change mechanisms. So, for example, decreasing the price of healthful foods such as vegetables and fruits by 10% increases the consumption of healthful foods by 12%. An example of a program that makes produce more affordable is Health Bucks in New York City, which is a $2 coupon that can be used at farmers markets and farm share programs. And those on SNAP get a $2 coupon for every $5 spent at these sites. Also, increasing the price of beef and pork by a certain percentage would decrease the consumption of these foods by at least that percentage. Secondly, the USDA should add sustainability as a focus of the dietary guidelines for Americans. While recommendations were originally to add them to the 2020 to 2025 guidelines, unfortunately, they were left out by the current administration. Regenerative agriculture has the opportunity to drastically sequester the amount of carbon in the atmosphere, and we can further reduce the food system's impact on climate by advancing regional food systems to reduce wasting energy on transporting food long distances. The Good Food Purchasing Program from the Center for Good Food Purchasing, which is being adopted in cities across the country, has 5 components: nutrition, animal welfare, environmental sustainability, valued workforce, and local economies. Agricultural policies should prioritize quality and nutrition over quantity, and also support food sovereignty movements to give communities of Black, Indigenous, and people of color opportunities to own land and grow food. There is a need to focus on living wages, alleviating poverty and systemic racism. Over the last century, Black farmers have become severely underrepresented in farming and farm ownership. Black farm ownership declined from 15 million acres in 1920 to 1 million acres in 2017. Farming is the second whitest occupation in America. Only 1.3% of US farmers are African American, while the Black population across the country is around 13.4%. In New York State's $42 billion agriculture and food industry, the disparities between Black farmers and white farmers are best summarized by the existence of only 139 Black farmers among the over 57,000 farmers in New York State, and a total net cash farm income for Black farmers in New York State at negative $906, while for white farmers, it was $42,875. Because of these inequities, Black farmers came together to set up the Black Farmer Fund. And lastly, the second largest source of emissions in food systems is waste. If emissions from food waste were a country, it would be the 3rd largest emitter in the world, behind only China and the United States. So policies should promote at least halving food losses and waste. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly, for giving us that presentation. It was so rich with so much information. And so I want to just pick up on a few themes that I heard. One of the things that I'm wondering about from you, you mentioned the issue of food, or I'm sorry, not food, but farmers, Black farmers, having less access to land, but we also see that communities of color, including Black, Pan-African populations, are also dealing with issues of malnutrition, according to the Eat Lancet report, or just, you know, when it comes to nutrition. And so I wonder, how do you see the connections between, I guess, the issue of Black farmers, but then also Black consumers, especially given that many African-American populations are not necessarily farmers. And so how do you see the relationship between these two populations that overlap, but also are separate populations at times?
Thanks for that question, Karyn. Yeah, it's really interesting. I've been working with a church in the Bronx, Word of Life International, and they have a really big food pantry program. And they become more and more interested in making sure that their food pantry members have access to good quality produce in order to improve health. And so in addition to the food that they receive from various different food banks and donations, they've also been talking about being able to buy land in upstate New York. I had introduced them to Dennis Derrick from Corbin Hill Food Project and the Black Farmer Fund. And now they're interested in seeing if they'll be able to raise the funds in order to buy the land to grow food, so that they'll directly be able to grow food for the Bronx community. And so that's why I think the Black Farmer Fund is so crucial in being able to provide funds for more Black farmers, and also to have more agricultural training opportunities for raising up a new, generation of Black farmers. Another really great resource is Soul Fire Farm in upstate New York. They have a lot of great training opportunities that get people of color back to the land. So I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity there, but it does need more investment so that more people can participate.
Yes, thank you so much. And there's so many other organizations, especially in the South of the United States, that I have seen that are also making those same efforts to make sure that there's a new generation of people coming to farming, especially when it comes to Black and Indigenous populations. I wanted to also pick up with you. We both mentioned the issue of food waste. And so I was wondering if you have any suggestions or recommendations for what needs to happen in order to address food waste.
I'd say the best recommendation is Congresswoman Shelley Pingree had come up with a slew of policy recommendations that could really help to vastly decrease food waste in the United States through a lot of different opportunities. You know, some of the biggest food waste is through procurement from, you know, large institutions, like, for example, schools and different institutions that, you know, the food doesn't, it might not touch the consumer might not touch it, or it might not even leave the tray from the kitchen, but it still has to be thrown out at the end of the day. And there are ways to make sure that food safety criteria are being met and still reducing the food waste. And even before it gets to the kitchen, I think there's a lot of waste in the farming area as well. So my best recommendation would be to look at what Congresswoman Shelley Pingree had put together for reducing food waste.
Yeah, thank you. And I would also say from my own personal research, one big thing that has to happen is clear labeling. I think a lot of people unfortunately have to discard food that would be helpful to have, you know, in their kitchen because food labels, they're confusing. You know, what does it mean if it says best used by, you know, December 15th? Does that mean that I can't eat it after that time, or it's just not of the optimal quality? And so often it can be very confusing. And so I would say, you know, that would be one of my additions as well when it comes to food waste and how we address the issue. I was also wondering, can you talk a bit more about USDA and the 2020 guidelines, or even just with previous guidelines? One of the things that I noticed that you talked about that I've also seen in my research is that it's so important that if we want people to address the issue of climate change through, you know, personal choices and how we eat, but then also when it comes to addressing issues of malnutrition, it's so essential that we actually have culturally sensitive responses. And one thing that I've noticed, at least previously, with the food guidelines that are produced by both USDA and HHS at the same time, is that it often is a universal diet that they suggest. And so I know for the 2020 guidelines, for the first time, they actually did give a little bit more guidance when it comes to like maternal nutrition. But I was wondering if you can talk about why it's important to have culturally sensitive diets and what may that mean for the future when thinking about USDA guidelines moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite go-to in terms of culturally sensitive nutrition is Always. They have programs that really showcase how to prepare healthy foods that are culturally sensitive, and they have the program developed for a lot of different, cultural and ethnic groups. And, you know, people will prepare those foods and, you know, really appreciate learning more about cultural heritage diets and not even realize at the end of the day that they're pretty much eating plant-based meals. So I think that, yeah, the dietary guidelines, they should be respective of, cultural differences. And that's what I like about the Institute for Family Health in New York. They have adapted the USDA's My Plate to have different plates for different ethnic groups so that the recommendations are tailored. But I think in general, the USDA dietary guidelines for Americans needs to take more of the Eat Lancet report recommendations into consideration. I think it's so important for the sustainability of our planet, you know, that we make these changes from the policy level so that it makes it easier for people at the community level to be able to make changes to their daily lives. And one other comment just to mention about what you said about food waste, we also need to be putting more effort into composting and making that more widely available. One of the unfortunate things that happened during COVID-19, unfortunately, at least in New York City, they got rid of the composting program. And fortunately, I have a community garden nearby where I'm able to bring my compost. But it just makes it more difficult for everyone when we can't easily compost our food scraps, because that also has a really big impact on the environment.
Yeah, and I think that's such a big issue. And I mean, even composting, I think at times can be inaccessible to different communities. And so that's definitely something that we need to increase. And I think the beauty of compost is that, things that literally are considered to be trash then become like this, life-giving, thing as it, just continues to, develop into like healthy soil and everything. And so the only thing that we have left is to go to questions from our audience. And so if you don't have anything else to add, I think we can turn it over to our audience at this moment.
We are here with Kelly and Karyn, our presenters for this panel, and ready to take on some questions. So I want to just pick up with something that just came off of our chat. All right, so what are the biggest challenges? This is for either of the presenters. What are the big challenges for individuals to make different choices to impact climate change with our food choices?
Well, I guess I would start with saying that the affordability can be a big factor in terms of food that's grown more organically. I think that we have to find ways to incentivize the food system so that it is more encouraging of regenerative and organic farming. I think especially in communities of color or low-income communities, it can be more difficult to find foods. The food system is not set up in a way that is very supportive of regional food systems and getting food that is close to where we live. A lot of times, food is shipped in from all over the world, especially right here in the Bronx. We have the Hunts Point Food Distribution Center, and food is shipped from everywhere. It's not necessarily local and even regional sometimes. So I would say it's challenging to find those foods. I think the easiest way to do that is through the community supported agriculture and farm share programs where the food is coming from local areas.
Karyn, we need you to unmute your mic. Thanks.
Sorry about that. I would just say that there's so many barriers when you're talking about it at the individual level for many. And
Sorry, another technical, I hate to interrupt. On the technical side, it seems like one of the presenters maybe has the stage window open. You should probably either mute that or close that to stop the feedback. Okay. If you're both good, okay, then let's just roll with it.
So there's so many barriers, I think, at the individual level, especially because you have to consider different things such as, finances. Unfortunately, it is a lot, cheaper to get unhealthy foods. There's also, when you get healthy foods, or unhealthy foods, there's also more convenience to it. And so I think, unfortunately, sometimes the individual choice is just burdened by, it takes more effort to eat healthier, and it takes more money and resources to eat in a way that's more sustainable. I also think that at times it can be a challenge, especially if people did not grow up eating, healthier or more fresh produce. And so what we have found with some of our members who are dedicated to ending hunger in their communities, and they may do like nutrition education, for example, and sometimes they may give people produce. And so they're trying to fill the gap of they're not getting enough fresh produce in that community, but then people don't always know what to do with a tomato that's fresh, or, people may not know what to do with certain vegetables. And so I think at the individual level, it can be a huge barrier if there isn't, not just enough to give people access to these foods, but it's important that there be type of, nutrition and cooking education that comes along with it. And so, I think there's so many different issues. It's economics. It's also a matter of taste. People do not eat what they don't like. And so there's so many things that can just make it harder for people to want to choose or be able to then choose a more sustainable diet.
Excellent. So from an education perspective, what's your experience, or what suggestions can you offer to help to broaden those palates, or what's the right age to target solutions? Because there's research that shows that people's palates are formed in utero. I believe it was Duke that did a study that showed that expectant mothers who have a more diverse palate will have babies that have a more diverse palate. And so that would suggest there's no time too soon to start. So I was just wondering, in either of your work, have you had an experience dealing with early childhood education, or what is the earliest level that you've been involved with where you've seen programs really be effective to help shape those attitudes from the beginning, as opposed to go back and change them after the fact, after they're set?
I think the earliest that we can get kids involved with growing food and learning where their food comes from and tasting it, the better. There are a lot of studies that show that kids that eat foods that they grow themselves, they're more like it, especially the vegetables. So I think that is the biggest challenge. It's something I've been working on for quite a few years, is trying to get more food and nutrition education into the schools. And there are ways to do this. There's plenty of different nutrition education curriculum programs out there. I was involved with helping to bring a program from Columbia University Teachers College called Design for Teachers into public schools in the Bronx, and trying to find ways of integrating this information into any different subject. I think it's relevant to social studies, science, even you can read books about food, and you can count nutrients and calories and math. So there's plenty of ways to integrate it into different subjects. It's just finding ways to get the educational systems to integrate that in. And outside of the school day too, however families and communities can get kids learning about food, the better. As they grow older, obviously they can learn more nuances about the food system, but even from a young age, I think it's very important to get kids growing food and eating healthy food.
Yeah, I would agree with that. When I was in seminary for graduate school, I was in Pittsburgh, and we were in the middle of a community that was low income, and many of the kids were either hungry or they also dealt with malnutrition. Many kids, getting candy from the store because they only had a few dollars, and so Skittles and juice was like sometimes their dinner. And so some of the neighbors realized that this was an issue, so they reached out to the school. And one of the things that the school started doing was actually working with the community farms, and they started having children to join. And then after every single session, kids always got a meal. And what they found was that with the children, they were more likely to eat vegetables that they didn't have before because they had helped grow it. And so I think the same thing is in the case, because then they also help to prepare the food. And so when we were talking about education at a young age, school meals are super important because it exposes them to more foods than maybe what they can get at home at times. But it's also important that children, they need sensory. And so how do we help them to, cook or, in essence, play with their food? They get to experience their food in a new way. And so how do we help them to participate in the preparing of the foods? How do we help them with the growing of the foods? There's a certain pride that they take when they know they've grown it themselves. And so they're more likely to try it. And so childhood intervention is definitely important. It's really essential. And as you said, in utero, the taste buds are exposed, and you see that even with children that are young, children who grew up having a more diverse meal in utero, or even, from the exposure of being at table food, they tend to have more diverse palates than children who at an early stage then grew up with more processed foods, or, things like chicken nuggets or different things like that. And so it's so important that it starts from the beginning, and just making sure that children are engaged as a way to create interest when it comes to the food that they consume.
Right. And from a systemic perspective, are there any policies that we need to know more about, or what other macro level concerns are there that relate to us making those individual choices?
So, there's policies at every level. I think, one thing is the dietary guidelines and integrating in more of those Eat Lancet report criteria, as I mentioned earlier. There is, just legislation that would support more Black farmers that Senator Elizabeth Warren, Cory Booker, and who's the other? I forget who's the third person, but there's a bill that is working to support Black farmers. Yeah, I think, anything really that we can use to, again, incentivize buying more fruits and vegetables, making that more affordable for people, I think in the long run is really helpful.
Yes, and I was just trying to look it up because there was actually a session on it yesterday. It was Cory Booker with also Representative David Scott as a part of that bill. And so it is, yes, it's definitely something that would be important for farmers. I would also say, because the 2020 guideline process is, done, the next big policy that we'll see is the Farm Bill. And it is slated to come out in 2023. There is some word or, rumblings around that it could come a little earlier because farmers are struggling right now. So it could come up sooner. But even if it doesn't, once we get to 2021, that's when we're really going to start seeing heavier conversation happen about what's next for the bill. Because often members of Congress will then do listening tours across the country. And so I would say that's probably one of the next opportunities, because it addresses so many different issues from, it influences what the next dietary guidelines will look like. It influences what school meals will look like. It influences what community programs will be like. What will funding be like for these programs? It also influences so many other programs like nutrition titles, maternal health, early child nutrition. It also, even on the international level, it has an impact on how a lot of those programs that are able to feed so many people globally. And so the Farm Bill, I would say, is one of the places that we really need to see a lot of engagement, because that really does set the pace and the tone for what the next 5 years would be when it comes to agriculture in the United States, as well as with the foreign policy that the U.S. does. And that's where we see the most influence happen in the long term.
Yeah, and in addition to the Farm Bill, there's also child nutrition reauthorization, which is also supposed to come about every 5 years, but it actually hasn't been passed since 2010. So it's a bit delayed, and they started talking about it again last year, but unfortunately still hasn't passed. And child nutrition reauthorization sets a lot of the stage in terms of school wellness and nutrition programs, and how we can incorporate more nutrition education into the schools and make sure that there's reduction in marketing of junk foods as well.
Excellent. It's interesting. There's so many policies and so many levels that this operates. So, we're going to be going, we're kind of in our question and answer, we're going from macro to micro to middle to back. So that said, we do have a question that came in from one of our chefs and presenters about, once you go beyond tasting food, this comes from Chef Phil Jones. how do we promote farming in general? I believe Kelly, you mentioned Karen Washington, who I know and love and have worked with, helping to organize other urban farmers. But I'd like to hear from you, like from both of your perspectives. What do we do to promote farming in general? Because it is a hard life. There's challenges in financing. It's physically difficult. There's much easier ways to earn a living. At the same time, it's such a necessary way for us to be more involved in our food system. So what advice or insights can you offer to promote farming and food production for people in urban communities especially?
Yeah, I think part of it is that, especially for communities of color, as a Black woman, I have recently, over the last few years, have been interested in looking more into farming as a personal thing. And for me and the communities that I've been plugged in, it's really seen as a healing process, because as Black people, many of us have ancestry that is connected to the land. The land is sacred for our communities. And yet, because of historical trauma, we moved away from the land. And so it's the healing act, I think, for a lot of Black Americans to then come back to the land. I think part of the challenge, though, is that farming at times can be lucrative for some, but many of us lack the capital. And so I think more than anything, there has to be programs that help people to understand the resources that can happen. Also, just how do you get people who may have not grown up with farms? Like, I'm about to start taking a class about beekeeping, but it is something where I had to pay a minimal fee. I also had to compete to get into the course. And so with that, I think there has to be intentional programs that really target communities that have not been in farming, to then be able to realize that it is a viable option, where it is, the days are long, but at the same time, it is a completely viable path for, making income, for having the life that someone wants. But I really think there has to be more education around it in order for people to understand that it's healing is also just something that can happen, and there are resources out there. I think that some of the programs, such as with USDA, that they do in order to help get people access to land, are not as racially equitable as they think they are. So there's more things that can be done, but I think more than anything, just really helping people to understand that there are options, and how do we help to connect people to those resources.
Yeah, and I think community gardens is a really good place, especially for urban communities, to become more involved with farming without actually going full steam into living in a farm in a rural area, because it's a place where people can come together and build community, especially in community gardens. And it's also, Karyn mentioned it can be healing to get back to the land. It's also something that we should think about as like a spiritual practice, to be connected to the food that is nourishing us every day, and to think about how we can be involved with that process, in helping to grow and create that food. So also, we can continue to advocate for more opportunities to build like entrepreneurship and economic opportunities around growing food. It's something that we've identified, especially areas that have the opportunity to grow more food, but they might not have enough labor for harvesting. We can be creating more opportunities for farm internships and times for young people to get more involved with growing food and get a taste of it, without having to buy the land themselves, which might be difficult, but even just to get a sense of it, we could be creating more internship opportunities on farms to get young people more engaged with that work.
Yeah. Listen, thank you both. Those are all great insights and suggestions. And we are near the end of our time. It's amazing how fast it seems to move, once we're in it. But again, thank you very much for your participation in the panel discussion and for your Q&A. And we're kind of getting near the end of our conference and fundraiser. The next segment coming up is going to feature presentations from our sponsors. And we're going to have 2 beverage presentations and 1 culinary presentation from Sabra. And we are going to learn how to make a couple quick recipes that we can do in our own kitchens, and that both convey the the support that our sponsors have provided, and really features the work and the products that they do day in and day out. So we encourage you to support our supporters. Again, Deep Eddy Vodka, Damascus Bakeries, Sabra Dipping Company, as well as Hobart Kitchen Infrastructure, and Ultimate Wireless, who supported our Food Justice Jeopardy. We want you to visit their sites. You can click through the sponsor tabs on our reception page. They give us love. We want you to give them some love back. And with no further ado, we're going to go right into our presentations, which will follow sequentially. If there's a short gap between, just be patient with us. They'll be coming up directly. Thanks again.
Okay, so Sean, what do you want to say to our audience today? Look at the camera.
Hello?
Yes. What do you want to say?
I want to make it clear this conversation that I promise will lead to action. Let's please stay constant. Email our office, learn about mindful eating through the belief combination
Excellence.
and excellence.
What about excellence? Sean, tell them about excellence. Don't read from my script.
You know, it has good, and really good, and extremely good behavior, and A is an excellent, because if you do very good, then you get an A. That means excellent. Yeah. Also for the communication, 9 BCA, and that's and also you take care of your parents, COVID-19, and healthy eating.
Okay. That's a 5-year-old. So let's take it from our future that we all need to stick together, embrace excellence, and move the future forward. Everyone take care, have a great holiday, and looking forward to a really great year. Thank you. You can smile too.
Yeah, also, yeah.
All right. So
yeah, that was good.
Hi, I'm Chef Alex Askew, President of BCA Global, and I'm offering these closing comments to a fantastic virtual conversation of food, race, and social justice. I want to first thank our sponsors, Hobart, Sabra, Deep Eddy, and Damascus Bakery, for their total commitment in supporting BCA Global over the years. I also want to thank our panelists. Our conversations were deep and rich, and there were many teachable moments beyond the technology lessons we had to learn, that the content of what they put forward took moral courage. And I want to really show all of them that this is really an investment in a conversation that will keep on going. You know, all of our panelists kept it real, and so does BCA Global. And we're not an ordinary organization, being the only organization and the longest that have existed around food, race, and social justice, diversity in the culinary arts. But what is really important is that we form collectives. One organization or one or two leaders are not going to advance the diversity and equity issues that the culinary and food industry have. So I want everyone to really think hard about how they can continue these conversations and be engaged on a level, although they may be uncomfortable. We want to make sure that we are having deep, rich conversations that are making a difference and advancing and turning the wheel that, well, quite frankly, is very hard to do. Race is not a common denominator in all conversations, but they really do need to be included. Also, I just want to add one more thing that's really, really important. We've all went through a year of challenges, our organization included. Hopefully, we still have some time to do some end of the year fundraising. It's not too late to contribute. And we do want to let everyone know that the first quarter of 2021, BCA Global will have multiple different platforms, a new website, a video podcast, Stirring the Pot, which is already taking waves in its pilot stage. We've already collected through the support of Hilton Effects Foundation, some critical capacity to build a model for training chefs around health equity in the community. And we'll also be working in healthcare and bringing mindful eating for the beloved community, our crown jewel of a program, into the different spaces and places to make a difference. So we want to end this year on a high note. Make sure you share this content in all its forms with your colleagues, and we are going to hit the ground running as fast as we can to make a difference in building a healthy community, a vibrant community, a resilient community, as well as an industry that can embrace racial equity in all its forms. So take care for now, and looking forward to engaging with you next year. Thank you.